there you are.
Hello.
Oh, okay, good, good. We are all set. Good, good.
Awesome.
How are you doing this morning?
All right. And how are
Good.
you? How are you?
Um, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just, getting my act together. It takes a little while.
Right?
I was just gonna print out another copy of the rabbit. So I had a current one. Let me just because in case anybody's got any questions, let me just get to that post and download it from there. Have you go ahead?
I didn't find a piece for the belly. You said that there was going to be a
Yes, you can use the tail piece, same size basically.
Okay.
I think we may end up cutting it down a little because I increased the size of the tail to gather it, but don't we'll sort it out. But yeah, cut out an extra tail and we'll use that.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Where is that post? Scheduled, published. Just want to get out. Rabbit workshop. There we go. View. Did you get your legs all done?
I've got one leg done.
Nice. That's great. That's great. Well, we've still got, a half an hour before we completely start. So you might even get a second one done.
I will.
Okay, there it is. All right. Command P. All right, brilliant. Good. So I made them in a couple of different colors because everybody, is always asking exactly what color I used, but they look good in so many colors. So I just did you do the gray as well?
It's a gray that I had, but
perfect.
It has a purple tone to it. I don't know if you can.
Oh,
I don't know.
It's
weirdly purple. So
I think I know the one that you have. Yeah. Is it heathered a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that might be this.
Yeah, it looks that looks about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's oddly, it has a purple cast to it, but that's all right.
Yeah, no, I've got one of those in my mix. Hi, Moira. Welcome. All right, so I've got that. What else do we need? Oh, I was going to add myself to a Zoom over here so I can see everybody depending on how many we get in our group today. Maybe I'll wait to do that until we get a bigger group. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to cut out some stuff too while we're waiting. Hi, Moira, how you doing? You haven't got your sound on yet. Hold on, let me ask you to unmute. There you go. Did you find it? There it is. Hey. How you doing? Did you get how far along did you get?
Well, I've done the legs and I've got this far.
Oh, nice. Well, that's great. That's good.
I didn't want to put the body together. I thought we were going to do something with the body.
Well, it's.
Oh, and I got the head made. I got the head made also.
Oh, you did. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Well, you're gonna be very relaxed.
I'm working on the ear now. The ears, can you sew these together?
You can, absolutely. There's nothing really new we're gonna do there. You can either do the stitch where you kind of whip stitch the edge but don't have it go all the way through, or also a tiny running stitch looks really cute too, and then you can brush it out of the back if you want.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Either one looks good.
Okay.
Yeah.
What size eyes are we using? Are these 6mm eyes?
We are going to use the 6mm eyes. Yeah, I mean, you can use smaller ones, but rabbits have kind of like big eyes compared to their heads, so I thought we'd go bold.
Okay.
So, I just had a question for Kathy, and I can't remember what it was. Oh well, it'll come to me.
Okay,
that's all right.
Eyes.
Okay. So what was I doing? Oh, I was going to cut out. Let me show you the tail thing. So in case, because you're doing legs and you'll be sort of working on body soon. So I did on the worksheet, I made a the tail piece. The original tail that I did on my sample that was sewn, I thought was a little small, so I bumped it up a little bit. And that piece, so it's correct in the pattern that I gave you. But that piece may end up being a little bit big for the belly. But let me just I'm going to cut the piece out and lay it on top there and just see what's what.
Okay.
And then we'll have a straight story for the rest of the crew when they arrive.
I also thought maybe a needle felted, you know, if I've got a lot of roving and stuff, so.
Yeah. Needle felted belly works great. The other, tail works great. Tail works great. That was what I did on. So this guy is a needle felted tail.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's cute.
And that was about the size goal that I had. But then this guy, I did a stitched tail, and I thought that seemed a little bit small to me. So that's when I bumped up a tiny bit here. So this piece, I'm looking at it against the pattern here, is a little bit big for the belly, you know, because I was thinking.
Do we have the belly piece?
No, I was just gonna cut down the tail a little bit, but I'll adapt it so that it's correct after, you know, that we have both pieces afterwards. But I'm just gonna say, let me cut out a second one, and and then we'll and I'll cut it, kind of give you a sense of where it should go down to for the belly. Basically, you know, on the belly, see on this guy, it's a little hard. So I did the feathering technique and I glued that guy on. But when I bent him and started to kind of manipulate him, his belly was too stiff.
Yeah.
You know, and so he started to buckle a little, and I was like, that doesn't look good. So so I wanted to do a stitched version of that. But this circle is just a little bit too big, or oval.
Okay, so the belly is all right. Well, you go ahead. I'll wait.
So yeah, the belly is kind of one of those pieces that it really doesn't matter. You know, it could be a bunch of different sizes. So let's go down a little bit. So I think I'm taking off, like, I'll measure this in a minute.
Okay.
All right. So that looks like. Yeah, so this is a bit more like it. So I think I probably took off about, let's measure it. That's not
okay, and that's from the tail?
So this is about 1/4 inch all the way around I took off. So that's cut the tail out and then duplicate the piece and cut a second one about 1/4 inch smaller.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome. When you're ready, you can put on your camera and your mic. Okay. All right, so good. So now we know what to say about that piece. Good.
I need to tell you, Cynthia, I have been enjoying making those little mice, the little tiny mice.
Oh, I know.
I made like 100 of them. Wow.
Did you?
20.
You know, I gave away, I think, my last one the other day. That was the post. I don't know if you follow Instagram. Hi, Gail. Welcome. Do you want me to help you get your mic on? I'm just going to ask you to unmute if you want to. Right. You don't have to. Right. Hi, Jessica. Gail, what's that?
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted now. You can mute anytime, but just so you're not, you know, voiceless. So now, Gail, how did you get anything done in advance? Did you get any of the legs done or? Awesome. That's great. So we were just talking. Hi, Jessica. We were just talking about the tail and belly because I think I said I was going to add a belly piece and I totally forgot. So so you can make the belly piece from the tail. So if you just cut out 2 tails and then cut one down about 1/4 inch all the way around. Let's see if I just threw up my scrap. So like we're cutting out something like that to make our belly piece.
Yeah.
And
I
the
saved a piece for that.
oh, good. And the belly is out of felt is totally optional. Let me show you. So this was my first sample. I've been making wigs for something else. There's hair everywhere. So this one I painted with acrylic. So that's an option. You can also sew it on. And then I just got these. There's Pam. I've been using this Maybelline eyeshadow to do some of the coloring on them, and that works great. Hi, Pam. I'm just gonna ask you. Okay. So I just found these. It's eyeshadow, but it's all matte finish. And they have a white, and so I'm going to experiment today with the white. One of the things with some of the eyeshadows is that they have a sparkle in them, and it just doesn't really work for the animals. So I got this one that was all like nude eye colors that were all a matte palette. So we'll try that today too. But we've got options. And okay, so I'll cut out the belly here. Is everybody getting this storm, or is anybody still in that polar vortex?
No, we had an ice storm in Virginia, but it's better now.
Oh, that's good. That's good. It's supposed to be up to like 50
yeah,
something in a day or two here. We're kind of hoping all our snow will melt.
It's okay with me.
I know. You got unmuted, Jessica, right? Yeah. Yeah. You found it. What's that?
Two things. Tell me again the size of the belly. Bigger than the tail.
Nope, a 1/4 inch smaller. Yeah. So here's my tail piece here, and here's what I cut off, and here's the resulting belly.
Good. Okay.
So it's kind of this.
I wanted to show you the deer a little bit more clearly.
Oh, look at that.
That's the glittery one. But I made also one just in plain silver felt.
Oh, lovely. Hi, Marin.
Really yeah.
Welcome. Oh, look at that. I just love that glittered felt. I'm going to have to get some of that for some Christmas stuff next year.
I really like, I used the
twigs
for the antlers.
Great.
Yeah, I really like that.
That's so nice. I love that. I'm going to have to go source some good twigs.
Well, the twigs are from Harry Lauder's walking stick.
Yeah.
Contorta. The
it's
silver,
like a curly.
Yeah. The silver is the devil to work with. It's not really felt.
Maybe I could.
It's covered in glitter, so it's really hard to push the needle through.
Oh, I bet. I wonder if that would be something. I did these. I was playing around with some of the. Who's that? Oh, Nancy. Okay, great. I was playing around with some of that 3mm felt. And making some little, just like simple little things like that. But that with the silver stuff, maybe would be fun to do something like that and sew it on the machine or something around Christmas. Yeah. Hi, Nancy. Welcome. Do you want me to help you get your sound on? I'm going to ask you to unmute.
No, I'm okay.
You're good.
And
I know.
Muted in between.
I know.
So that I don't inadvertently have background noise.
I know. Anyway, since it's chat time, I figured I'd get you up and going.
Cynthia,
yeah.
I'm just auditing again today.
Okay.
But would you have time for a couple of beginner questions related?
Absolutely. Hi, Tina. I just welcomed her quick, and then back to questions. What do you got?
Well, is there any secret? When I went back and looked at the recording of last 2 weeks, and I had come late.
Yeah.
Is there any secret to the way you put the pattern on on the freezer paper? And do you double up on the freezer paper?
Okay, so the freezer paper can be done. Do you have, what kind of printer do you have?
We have an inkjet.
Inkjet. So most likely, you should be able to print directly onto your freezer paper with an inkjet printer. I only have laser printers because I use them for production as well. And so those get too hot. But
I
the ink,
remember you saying that.
but so to find out if it's going to work, the first thing you have to do is put a regular piece of paper through your printer and like draw a big arrow on it, and you know the direction that it's going in, and that this is the top. And then you can find out what side it's printing on, whether it's printing on the top or the bottom. I think it might be fine on in either direction. It just that you have to make sure that you're going to be printing on the paper side and not on the plastic side. So that's the most important thing there.
So when you're using the freezer paper sheets then rather than, or you could cut your own from the roll.
Right, or you can cut your own from the roll. You have to flatten them if you cut your own from the roll. Hi, Sylvia. Hi, Tina. Was that you that just came in? Welcome, welcome. So if you're using the roll, so or if you don't want to use your printer, that's totally fine. And for that, you can do it in a bunch of different ways. Like one of our, let me just grab it. I'm going to grab a blank sheet of something. Hold on, so I can illustrate. It's over here. Okay. So so let's see. The freezer paper. So I had one person last week, and I think it was in that video, talked about taking their freezer paper and kind of doing a nice accordion fold. Did you see that?
I did.
So that's nice, right? Because you get the left and the right side. So if you're doing ears or if you're doing legs or whatever, you can get a left and a right side at the same time. So basically you would take your pattern piece, and either you can staple it. So you can just staple the layers together. Hold on, let me let in Joe. Hi, Joe. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we're getting enough people that I think I have to add. Let me just make sure I'm in gallery view. Can I make this bigger so I can see everybody? No. Okay. Let me see here. I don't know if I can see everybody yet. So, okay, so Susan and Sylvia and Tina, you guys all have, and Joe, you guys all have your microphones off. Do you want me to I'm going to send everybody a little unmute if you want. Oops. Hold on. Now I've done it. Oh, I hit a funny button. What'd I do? Close. Okay, there we go. All right, so okay, so you're unmuted now. Okay, as people come in, I'm hovering over something and then it disappears. It's like chasing the mute buttons. There we go. Okay. All right, everybody, I think has been asked to unmute. If you want to, you don't have to. Okay, and I'm now going to sign in on my other computer. And I'm going to finish this in just a second. I'm just going to sign in on my other computer so that I can.
If you don't have time, this was not booked as a beginner class, so I don't want to waste your time with.
That's okay. No, because we've still got a few minutes before we're supposed to actually start. So I'm going to just join here. Start. And then I should be able to see, I can move over to this screen and I should be able to see everybody. Hopefully. I haven't got my new monitor, the thing that I ordered so that I could do this, didn't end up working. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now let me mute. All right. Sorry, there we We're getting there. And admit. Hi, Pam, Lisa, and oh shoot, I missed who the last person was. Say hello when you're ready. Okay. All right. View gallery. Oh, there we go. Now I can see everybody. Okay. And then I'm muted. Perfect. Good. All right. So then, and Lorraine. Ooh, we're getting a nice big group today. Okay. Hi, Lorraine. All right. All right. Cool. All right. So I was just let me just get a. There you are, Nancy. Nancy was asking about this, about and hi, Pam, was asking about freezer paper. So if you just staple it, that's a great way to get multiple, and then cut around your pattern piece. That's a great way to get multiple pieces at once from the freezer paper. Otherwise, you can just.
I'm hearing you, but I'm frozen.
Oh, no. Okay, wait. Okay, so Nancy, you can hear me, but you're frozen? Okay, I just saw you move a tiny bit. Oh, there you are. Okay, maybe we've got some internet issues here. Hi, Emily. Hi, Elizabeth. Hi, Lisa and Kathy. Have I said hi to everybody? There's a couple people all joined at once, and I was.
Seem to be, but I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, Nancy, I can see that you're a little bit kind of just
my internet is unstable.
Okay. All right. Okay. And there's one more. That's my mom. She's coming today too.
Aw, that's so nice.
Yeah. I wanted to show you I finished the duck.
Oh my gosh!
Messaging with you on the Instagram.
Yes. Okay, so I wanted to do a little, and maybe we probably won't have time for it today, but you had questions and several other people had questions about the feet, and I feel bad because I haven't quite finished that video. I was trying to do it to a level that I could post on Skillshare as well. So I kind of bit off a lot when I try to make it look as professional as possible. So, but if you have any questions, if anybody else has any questions and they want to hang out a little after we finish the rabbit, maybe I can go over the duck foot as well, because I know that wasn't. It's a weird way that it gets assembled, but it all works in the end. So
yeah, no. I didn't understand the picture, but once you explained it, it made total sense.
I know. I got to get the words in there. They're so helpful sometimes. All right. So Nancy, it seems like your video is working again. Do you feel like that was clear?
That was clear, and thank you for taking the time. You're
welcome. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we've got like 3 minutes, so maybe we'll give everybody a few more minutes to come in just in case. Let me start by just saying I was going to add in a tail and I didn't quite get there yet, but if you want to cut out a second belly and just trim it roughly 1/4 inch around, or excuse me, what did I do? I did a tail. I'm saying the opposite thing. I have a tail pattern. Take the tail, cut 1/4 inch all the way around, and that can be your belly. So so just the belly just needs to be a little smaller. But I'm also going to show you about using acrylic paints and using and I just got this, which is like eyeshadow, but it's all matte colors. I've been using the Maybelline stuff for a while, which is great, but it does have a mix of kind of shimmery ones in there, which are not very useful at all. So this has some really nice matte ones. Hi, Michelle. Oops, she's joining.
Yes.
Hi, Michelle, welcome. All right, so I'm gonna just, I see that a bunch of you are muted. Go ahead and stay muted if you want to. If you have a question, then you can unmute. Sure, Jessica.
Do you ever needle felt one on top of the other?
No,
pieces or needle felt and add a belly?
I was going to say the belly. Can you needle felt the belly on?
You can. One thing that, like, if you have a needle felting pad and you needle felt it before, then it won't needle felt into the stuffing. If you do it afterwards and you needle felt, you know, it's possible that you're going to, the belly is going to like suck in because you're needle felting the stuffing too. So you can have a little more control if you needle felt before, but you can do small things if you needle felt after.
So Cindy, is it Cynthia? Is it okay if I show her mine?
Yes. Yes.
So I took and did this yesterday. Can you see that okay?
It's so great. Yeah. And did you did it before because the arms aren't in there?
Yeah.
Yep. And how did you feel that it worked? Did it?
I thought it worked actually really well, and just a tiny bit, you know, on the backside there.
Yes.
And you know, I'm not sure if it was a little child playing with it, if it would get a little weird, you know.
Right.
Maybe that's where the hairspray and a little bit of pressing.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. The hairspray does stabilize things a little bit. Oh, we've got 2 more people joining us. Helen and Sue. Hi, Helen. Hi, Sue. Welcome. Go ahead and
no other crisis.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to just, where's Nancy there? I'm going to mute. Okay, I guess I can't do that. I don't know why that's not working. Okay, sorry. I'm talking to myself. I hit another. Oh dear. Sorry.
Oh, technology.
They made a few adjustments to the program, and so now I've just lost everybody's name on the sidebar. Okay, let's just get rid of that and maybe we can go back. Oh, there we go. I've got everybody again. Yay. All right. Okay, so what was I talking about? Bellies, right? We've got matte, we've got stitched, we've got needle felted, and we've got acrylic. Okay. Oh, Ellen is joining us. Oh my goodness, we've got 26 people. Wow. Awesome. Hey, Elizabeth, how are you? Helen, good to see you. Welcome. Oh my gosh. Well, it's a good thing that big old monitor's coming next week because that's exciting. Okay. All right, it's 12:02. Let's start in earnest. So let's start with talking. Has everybody got their legs and the leg and arm pieces ready? Okay. Yes, I see. Oh, there's somebody else. Lisa. Hi, Lisa. And oh, Shell. Good. Oh my goodness. This is getting. Hi guys, welcome. If you want to stay muted, that's cool. If you have a question, you can unmute. And we were just getting started, so I'm just going to jump right in. Shell, have I pronounced your name properly?
It's Shelly, but
Shelly
is fine. I have creative parents, so it's spelled Shell, and Shell is fine.
Okay, good.
I answer to anything. It's just weird.
I hear you. I love your red cabinet. That's so beautiful. Okay. All right. So we were just starting in earnest. People. Oh, wait. Hold on. We have one more person. Okay. Great. Hi, Erica. Yeah. And wait, that was just another person that joined. Okay. All right. I'm not sure I've got a handle on who all is here now because we've had a few that I haven't been able to see when they came in. So welcome everybody, even if I haven't welcomed you by name. So
I'm glad you got enjoyment out of that. Personally, I'm staying inside a lot.
Okay, I think hold on a minute. I'm just gonna
evening walk last night. That's all that Ben gets.
Oh, Leah's here. All right.
Evening walk.
Okay, I'm gonna mute that phone call. Okay. All right. We are okay. We are 32 now. Very exciting. Oh my God. And if anyone else joins, I'm not going to talk to them. I'm just going to start. Okay. So legs. We talked about getting legs done in advance. I'm just going to jump in and assume everyone's got at least a leg or two. So our next step, and I think everybody's made these bodies before. Chime in if anyone needs any assistance on like assembling the body, like, and how it goes together. So first, you know, we center the pipe cleaner in the legs and twist up a little bit. And then I've got a whole bunch of different ones made here. So let's see. So here's the gray, and then you do that kind of action. And I should put my iPad on now, probably. And you want to twist up a little bit more. I'm going to just twist up a little bit more. And then your arm piece is going to go into your pipe cleaner. But you want to make sure that where it lands, see on that body piece how it's got that little kind of subtle corner right here? That's right where you want the top of your arm piece to go. So hold on, let me get this iPad going here, and then we'll be in slightly better shape to show you things. Okay.
Yeah, Cynthia, I had a question about the stitching on the arms and legs.
Yeah.
So in your examples, you have the stitching like on the back side, but could you fold it so that the stitching was on the inside? So like the arm sort of has a little point to it at the bottom?
I usually try to do it so that the stitching is like where the inseam of a pair of pants would be, or where the seam line of a shirt would be. It might have been twisted or look a little funny in this without the but I'm gonna set up the iPad so we can really get a better look at it. Okay, so let's see. Screen.
I have a question while you're doing that.
Sure, you bet.
When I haven't made these arms or legs yet.
Okay.
And so how are you stitching that seam?
So that seam is a whip
stitch?
Hold on a second. Let me apparently I can't do two things at once. Just hold on.
Yeah,
hold
no
on.
problem.
Hold on 2 seconds. Okay. Ellen, that sounds like you. Is that you?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Okay. All right. Okay. So now we can see what we're doing here. Great. That's better. And I'm going to zoom in a little to my. Okay, so yeah, so let's take a look at one of the legs. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to take that leg piece and you fold it in half, and you start stitching, hide your knot at this end, and then you whip stitch. You can whip stitch all the way up and then slide the pipe cleaner in.
Right,
or you can, or you can just do like a little foot, slide the pipe cleaner in, and then whip stitch. I usually do it this way. I usually go all the way up to the top and then scoot it in. But yeah, so it's a whip stitch.
Okay, got it.
On there. Okay. All right. So on this piece, so now we can kind of see what's going on better here, right? So we want to get it right in the center. You can measure, or you can just eyeball it. And then, hold on, let me let that person in. Admit. Hi, Jim. Wait, Jim, are you Jim, or are you somebody with Jim's account? I'm not sure. Anyway,
Hey, Cynthia.
welcome whoever
Hi.
you are. Hi.
So it's Lisa Sappenfield and Lisa MacArthur masquerading as Jim on his computer.
I thought so. I knew it. It's like, who is this interloper?
Yes.
Good. All right. So let me get to screen. All right. I'm going to try to get back to the view where I can see everybody. Standard. And then this. Okay.
I'm going to have to.
Okay. All right. Well, I've lost my picture of everybody, so that's frustrating, but that's okay. I'm just going to scroll through and try to, I'm not going to be able to see who's talking to me, I think, for a bit until I sort this out, but we're just going to move on anyway. Okay. So, all right. So we want to take our arm piece and make sure that it's centered. And then with the body piece tucked up around the legs there, you want to lay this out so that, let me see if this can be focused better. You want to lay that out so the top of the arm here matches right up to that little corner. Okay. Otherwise, your shoulders are going to kind of want to raise, your arms are going to want to raise up above the shoulders when you get things stitched. So then at that point, when you're centered and you've made sure that the shoulder is in the right place, then you can give it another twist and that'll just hold everything together. And then these guys are generally a bit long at this point. So sometimes I just bite the bullet and just trim them off right away so they're not driving me nuts. So I just take off. This is, I might want to take off more later, but I think I've got about an inch, inch plus, something like that at the top there, and that'll just kind of hold things in place. And so you're not tripping over those things with your needle and thread. Okay. So then if you want to just put a few pins in so that things don't shift too much, you can do that to get started. And I've got one over here that's got one side stitch. So I'm just going to move on to that one so that I can kind of show you what I've done and what the next step is. So on this side here, I've already done my stitching. So I start at the hip and then I stitch around the leg. You can move the leg, you know, to accommodate your stitching. Then I come back to the hip and I stitch up to the armpit, and then I move on to the other leg. So I'm going to do, I'll do the other leg now, just so you can see how I move that needle around the leg, because you have to do a little bit creative stitching as to get around the leg. So I usually start like right here at the hip and I tuck my starting knot underneath and then give a couple of stitches here because if you just do one, it loosens up, but if you do 2 or 3, they stay nice and tight at the hip. And then we're doing this stitch that's kind of like, everything is kind of like a whip stitch, you know what I mean? I don't know why, but it is. So we're going to go in through the leg and come out through the edge of the body. And then we're going to go directly across. So where our hole is here, we're going to enter the leg again. And when we come up, we're going to grab the edge. Let's see if I can get really tight on that. Okay. So we just kind of keep going around. Oop. The leg and watch out for the arms. You can actually bend an arm out of the way to deal with it. Now here, it's going to start to get a little harder to get our needle out because it's going to want to poke into the opposite leg. So you can bend that out of the way and bend that down. And then I often kind of start going, I switch up a little bit. And I think we did this on some of the ears and something else that we were doing in one of the other videos. But so you kind of grab just the leg. And then this time when I come back, I'm coming back in the opposite direction because it's just less awkward. And I grab the body. And then back again here, I'm going to grab just the leg. And then I can come back in this direction and grab the body. And then once I'm beyond that point, well, maybe one more of these from this direction. Grabbing that. Okay, so then I can jump back into just a regular stitch where I'm doing everything in one. Okay, hi Michelle, welcome. Michelle, I don't know if you have your sound on yet, but we're just starting to assemble the body. If you want to see any of this, I'll have the video ready for you later on this weekend. Okay. All right, so now we're back to doing the regular stitch where we can make both those passes sort of in one shot. And then we come back to the hip. And then we'll go up the side. So I'm going to bend my arm back down here so I know where that side is, and bend the legs so they're not in my way. Okay. And so I'm going to put a little pin in here. So I'm just pinching sort of at the top so I can see that corner coming together, and then I'm pinching under the arm, and I'm going to put the pin right here, and that'll give me something to stitch up to.
Cynthia, do you stuff it once you got the second side like halfway done?
Yeah. So we're going to stitch up to this armpit. Then we're going to stuff the lower half of the body, and then we'll do from the neck and around the arms, and then we'll stitch the upper half of the body. You could do all of it at once. The reason that I like to stuff the lower body before I stitch around the arms is that when I stuff the lower body, it's going to, this line here is going to scoot in a little bit because the body's going to fill out. And so if I stitch this now, then his body, he'll be stitched on a little too wide. So, so I always stuff the lower half of the body first. So we'll do that. Get up here.
And you're using a single thread, right?
I am using a single thread. Yep. Now, if you wanted to add a stitched belly, it's too late. Sorry. I just so, but I'm going to show you. But this is not going to be your first and only, I mean, your last rabbit. You'll make more rabbits. But I'm going to just show you on one of the other ones a couple of different options. Maybe while everybody finishes stitching up the sides here and stuffs the lower half, I'll do a little belly demo. Okay, so
Cynthia, I have a question about the belly. So
oh, sure.
Yeah, I had assumed that we were going to do the belly before we did this section, and then when you started doing this, I thought, oh, I guess we're going to add it. Is there any reason we could not add a stitched belly after we have it stuffed?
You can. It's harder to stitch on, but there's no reason you can't.
Okay, so
there's no reason you can't. Yeah, I mean, my inclination is always to do it first, but since I had done the belly in like 5 different ways, I sort of was just, you know, and I'm still working on my coordination of starting the class and letting everybody in and not forgetting what I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so the belly piece, I was talking to people as we were starting. Let me just show you. So I'll make this piece properly, but this was a tail sized piece, and I just cut about 1/4 inch around to get a more reasonable sized belly piece. Otherwise we would have been going off our edges. So if you haven't yet done what I just did and you want to stitch the belly on, you can go around it with, that's not really a good color thread. Hold on, let me get the right thread. You can go around the belly with a whip stitch or a running stitch, or both work fine. So here we go.
Don't bite.
Okay.
Well, Cynthia, I made that little bird, the Twirly Bird.
Yep.
And I think for that one, we put the belly on after we stuffed it.
We did, and that one is completely glued on.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, and that's fine. And so on this sample is applied just like the belly on the Twirly Bird, and I tried that, and then it does work fine. But when I started moving and manipulating him, I felt like he had these kind of like creases here that didn't look sort of right, and so I thought, okay, maybe not the gluing on when you have a belly that's going to move a little bit.
Right. Okay.
So, but to achieve that feathered edge, you can totally do it. Either, so I'm going to just do this one with a running stitch to demonstrate. So I would do the running stitch in by piercing and going through like the front to back and then back to front, rather than doing it in one, just because you have a bit more control of your stitches. So so you can do this. And then, and I'm going to mention one more time, we were talking about it earlier, but I think people have joined since we were discussing it. Now, of course, I can't see everybody. Remind me who did the needle felting before? You can chime in.
I did my needle felting before.
Pam, it was you. Great. Yeah. So she needle felted the belly, which also works, and she did that before she assembled anything. So so you can also get that sort of soft feathery look if you do needle felting and have the supplies. You can give that a go as well.
I also used a bunko brush or a cat hair brush to feather the edges first.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So it looks more blended in.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Before you needle felted it?
I used it's actually a cat brush, but they call them a bunko brush. It's a little tiny brush, but I had a cat brush, the same thing.
All right.
It's like a little fine metal fingers.
Sure.
It's almost like you could get two of those and you could use that for like hand carding, like to get everything in the same, okay, so
got it.
Yeah. And I use and I also here, I'm going to do it. Oh, I'm like 4 stitches away. Hold on. Maybe 6. I exaggerated. I'll do the feathering technique on this with just the felt. It works with a whip stitch or a running stitch, but you probably get more of the feathery effect, a little bit more of the feathery effect with the running stitch, because you have an edge that is totally free of stitches. So let's just see. All right, so here's that, and let's get a little better. The lights are blowing out the white a little bit, but okay. So so then you can just go around the edge of the white with a stiff pin like this. It could be a needle, it could be a pin, and soften up all those all the edges, and then you can brush over the stitches themselves too and soften up the fibers. And then with this, you can do just a little bit of hairspray and that'll kind of hold things together. And you won't have quite as much of that. You won't have the stiffness that you had in that other sample where I tested out gluing it. Okay. Okay, so let's see if we can...
the bellies very firmly.
No, actually, not so. Like the head, I always stuff very firmly because I don't want it to collapse when I put the eyes in, and stuffing the head very firmly really gives it like the shape, its best shape. But the bodies, see how much softer this is? Mm-hmm. Like it's pretty squishy. You just want the body to be stuffed enough that it holds its shape. It doesn't, you don't want too much or the clothing will start to get tight. So every now and then, you know, they get a little too fat and you need to, you know, extend the clothing seam allowances. but yeah, so don't go crazy. Don't go crazy on stuffing the belly. All right, so this is that, let me see if I can.
Yeah, that shows it.
Does that show it better, right? So you're softening up those edges. And so then you can just give it a little hairspray and press it flat and then move on to this bit here. Yeah, so then we're at, so, okay, I'm gonna stuff the body too, and we can, so I got, I started to show you, I have our first batch of cut needle of little things for our stuffing forks. Exciting. So I'm going to make my first batch of those for somebody just arrived. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Lynn. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if you, Lynn, I can't see everybody's picture today. So if you, I don't know if you're muted or not, but if you want to say something, just unmute and ask a question. Okay. Okay. So we're just working on the body right now, and I'm just about to stuff the lower half of the body for anybody who just arrived. Okay. So I'm going to stuff it if I can find some stuffing. Here we go. All right. So the body is definitely, like, you know, there's not a heck of a lot of finesse to stuffing the body. It's pretty, you know, you just want to get it in there. When you go to stuff the upper half of the body, you don't want to go too heavy where the arms are crossing. Otherwise, you know, he looks like a bodybuilder. So, which it's not really what I'm after, but you know. Okay, so that's probably enough there. And then I'll go ahead and work on the arms. Oh, another thing now, it's pretty subtle in here, but I was noticing it on the gray that I was working on this one. On the heathered felts, I think there tends to be one side that's a little bit darker than the other.
Yeah, I noticed that. So,
you noticed that too? Yeah, so just watch out for that, because I wasn't thinking about that when I was like showing this one a few minutes ago, but I ended up stitching the legs on the darker side. Okay, that's too light. Okay. All right. And I think I did it on the arms here too. Like, I think the arms I stitched on the darker side, but everything else is on the lighter side. Ruh-roh.
Oh yeah.
Oh well. Oh well.
Once he got his pants on, you'll never notice.
Exactly. I'll disguise it under his outfit. Ooh. All right. I think I need to get this closer to my eyes and not do it on screen. There we go. Okay. All right. So to stitch the neck and arms, I go in the opposite direction so that I can do it in one shot. Here, I'm going to cut these even shorter. I think they're in my way. And I'm going to fold them down too, because right now I might readjust their length, but just to get them out of my way as I'm doing this. Okay. So for this, I like to start, did I not? There I did. For this, I like to start from the neck down, and that way, so if I started from the armpit up, I would have to go all the way around the arm and then start again. But if I start from the neck down, I can go from the neck to the shoulder, do a couple of stitches to hold it taut, and then go around the arm. So so I like to go the neck down method here. Oops. All those little things are just waiting to be caught. Okay. So I'm going to kind of tighten, push his arm down to make sure I get to that little point I want. Oops. Oh, I've got one of those little slip knots. Do you guys know how to get those out? Well, so yeah, so I'm just often, if they're like tilted to one side, you can pull it with your pin and pull it to the other side. You can hear it pop, and then you can just get rid of them because they slide right out. Okay. So I think I just by accident grabbed the arm fabric here, but often I want to kind of, as I'm doing this, I want to just allow this to be a little loose in here so that when I do stuff the neck, it doesn't look like it's pulling. Okay, so then I'll go around this arm.
I have a question.
Yeah, what you got?
I apologize. I wasn't quite done with my arms and my legs, but I am now. And so I put the, it was a crazy morning. I had a phone call from Japan. So.
Oh my goodness.
I know. So I've got, the legs are grabbed by a pipe cleaner and the body is going up. Do you put the arms on now, or do you first sew the legs and then sew the arms?
Okay, so here, let me show you some progression here. So here's your legs with your pipe cleaner.
Got it.
Right, so you're right in the center. And then here is ultimately what you're getting to.
Okay, so you do the arms before putting a body on.
No, but that's where I was getting to. So this is ultimately what you're going for your structure, right? Your skeleton. But the skeleton has to fit the body. So so what you want to do is put your body, wrap your body around the legs here. And then you're twisted up a little bit at this point, and then your pipe cleaner needs to go on. And it needs to, the top, there's a little corner. Let me show you on one that's not put together. This is like this subtle little corner. And that's where the top edge of this piece needs to rest. Right? So like,
top edge.
So if I'm going, right? So like, do you know what I mean? Like
shoulder.
That's his shoulder, right? Yes, that's his shoulder.
So it has to be below the shoulder.
Yeah, just below the shoulder. Yep.
Got it.
And then twist that in, and then you can move forward to stitching up the sides or stitching around the legs and the sides. All right. So what am I on here? Oh yeah, here we go.
I'm sorry.
You bet. No, not at all. Okay, let me. Oops. Zoom in. Okay.
So the arms are loose, and that's the last part you stitch. Is the body felt to the arm? That's the last part you're stitching now.
The body felt to the arm, right? Yeah. So the arms were still kind of loose in this and so at this point, like if you got down to this shoulder and you're like, wow, this is much shorter than this is. then you could, you know, shift a little bit, get it just right in the center, and then stitch your arm down.
Okay.
Another thing too, if you're worried about like evenness on either side, you can stitch to the shoulder, stop, knot off, stitch to the shoulder, stop, knot off, and do that on both sides. And then you really can position this right in the middle.
Yeah.
Because I mean, every now and then I do get one arm shorter than the other if I'm not, you know, kind of paying attention.
You mean like if you're doing a Zoom talk?
Yeah, sometimes, sometimes like now, we might have a challenged rabbit. Yep. Okay. So that's that, and I'm just going to knot off and then pop my knot through. Find my little hole behind here and pop it through. Okay. Righto. Great. All right, so now we're onto this side.
But Cynthia, you do have some stuffing around the arm, like in between the body piece and the arms. You have a little bit of stuffing there.
I don't really have anything yet. I will have a little bit.
Okay, but you will. You want that?
I will. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't want that area completely empty, but you know, if you
Right.
add too much in the back, you get a little bit of a hunchback. If you add too much in the front, you get some weird bust. You know.
I've wondered about that with making the other ones. So just a little.
Yeah. Just a little. Okay. Yeah. And too much there does, you know, can make it so like a jacket won't button or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
depending on the style. So,
Right. Okay.
Although the coat we're doing next week is a lot more forgiving in that department because it's roomier. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had trouble with the jackets and some of the.
If some of them are pretty form fitting, and then if they get the body gets overstuffed, you get you know.
That's
I had that Felix.
Yeah. Okay. So anytime you find like an awkward spot, you can always go to that same stitch, what we did between the legs here, where you kind of, instead of doing everything in one go, you kind of come in from the opposite direction with your stitches, because you know, you're getting around some limb that's in your way or whatever. Okay. Good. All right, so now I'll start stuffing the top of this and we'll see what the right amount is. Yeah, so I just kind of go through and do like a little bit of a like one little piece of stuffing that's kind of soft, and I don't press it down really hard, you know, just kind of let it be. So here we've got one. So if I just kind of go down and then after that, you can more tightly stuff the neck area, because you want a little bit in there so that you know, so that the neck part doesn't collapse when you attach the head. So get a little bit more in there. I get a little more aggressive about my neck stuffing than the chest and belly.
Cynthia, hi, my name's Michelle. And
oh, hi, Michelle.
You said that you were going to have a recording of this afterwards later on?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, because I have to run to a meeting, so.
Oh, yep. Go run to the meeting. Feel free to come back in. I haven't closed the door, so you can come back if we're still going.
Okay.
But I'll definitely post a recording.
Okay, thank you so much. They're beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you could come briefly anyway.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. All right, so I think that's good. So I'm still pretty soft here, but there's a little cushioning, and then the neck is a little stiffer, so that it'll be easy. It's easier to sew the head on if you've got something to grab onto there. All right, so that's that. And
uh-oh.
Okay. All right, so that's the body. So I guess I'm just going to keep working on this color since even though I've got all these other bodies kicking around here. I wasn't sure where everybody would be, so I thought I would just make a bunch of samples so that we could jump around. Okay. So now I'm on to the head pieces. So everybody just keep plugging away there. I can just answer questions now until everybody's ready, or I can move on to talking about the head. Tell me what's your pleasure? Is that too confusing, or?
Would you want to get my body finished first?
Yeah, I want to finish.
First. Okay, good. All right, just go ahead and finish. And you know what I'll do is I'll start working on a sample of one of the ears, so that I have one of those going for when you guys are ready for that. And just stitch away and ask questions if you've got them about anything.
Okay, so about the hairspray.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can you do that now?
The
end and.
I'm not sure there's any reason to do it quite yet. Did you do one of the soft fuzzy edge bellies, or are you just
the belly?
You did.
So I just wondered if that's when you should do it or wait until it's all done.
Either way, if you feel like the belly is going to get damaged by all the handling, then you could do it now.
Okay.
Yeah, just give it a little hit, and you don't have to go crazy, but just give it a little hit to hold the fibers down.
Okay, Cynthia, I have another sort of related question.
Okay.
We're doing so, and I don't know whether this is any in your field or not, but I have a friend who raises sheep, and she saw a lot of these things that I was posting on Facebook, so she wanted to know if she could send me a bag of raw lamb's wool. I should have said no, but,
but you didn't.
No, she's a good friend, so I said, sure, that'd be great. So have you ever, I've washed it, what a pain in the neck it is. So have you ever dealt with that, and do you know anything about preparing raw wool?
I have.
Your dear friend.
Okay, Susan was that you?
Yeah.
So Susan knows how to deal with it. I really don't. I mean, I've tried washing it, and there's so much lanolin, it's like really hard. But go for it, Susan. What do you got?
Well, when I did it, I actually was living in Germany, and I got my wool, my raw sheep's wool from Turkey, and they said I put it in a paper bag, put it in my luggage, and brought it back to Germany, and it does stink to high heaven. It smells like sheep poo for sure. But what they said to do is you put it in the washing machine in a soak cycle with woolite, and you just let it soak, and then you spin it. And then you do that like 2 or 3 times. And it really helped immensely, because with what I was doing with it is I wanted to keep the curliness of it.
Yes.
And that was the big part. So you don't want to like wash it and agitate it, but you just want to soak it in that woolite and do that like 2 or 3 times, spin it out, and then dry it out. And that and it did help immensely. And it wasn't that big of an ordeal then, because I mean, where I lived in Germany, we had to share the washer and dryer with 3 other families, and nobody complained. So it was actually not a bad idea. It wasn't, you know, too horrendous of a task.
I'd wash it by hand. And I'd read about using a washer, and that just seems kind of intimidating. Maybe I'll try that. I had read not to use woolite because woolite has some bleach in it, but in this case it would hardly matter.
Yeah, it didn't. Right. I didn't have that effect on mine at all. It did not bleach it out at all. And because I had such a large amount, that's why I went ahead and threw it in my washing machine. But I think if you maybe put it in like if you had a smaller amount and put it in a lingerie bag and did it that way it would help keep all those really small fibers from really, you know, getting all over the place.
What temperature water did you use?
You know, I want to say it was just a warm water. I don't recall it being hot. I think it was just either cold or warm.
Okay.
It's been a few years since I've done that.
Okay.
I have heard and certainly experienced this with sweaters from a lot of knitters. They say with like wool or sweaters or whatever, putting it in at a tepid, you know, like sort of this like natural body temperature is the best for not shrinking it. And the like I do all like, I mean, like I wash cashmere in the washer machine now with on the sweater cycle. Like a lot of washing machines have a sweater cycle that is basically what Susan was just saying, just a soak cycle, and then they spin it out, and I've found that to be great for like all the really delicate stuff. So if you've got that cycle on your washer, it should be fine.
Okay. Well, my problem was with some of it got a little bit felted, so
that's where you have to really be. I think, isn't that with warm water though? If you do it in the warm water, that it does that.
Well,
I've been felting before.
So I've read so much about it that I just completely confused now. But thank you. I'll say no more lamps. Well, I don't want.
It's a lot of work. Well, you know, I've gotten a lot of raw wool too, over the years at various times, and whenever I am working just with the roving or batting or whatever, I just feel so thankful. You know, because it's really a big process to get there.
Yeah.
Have you noticed when you use, I bought some raw organic cotton batting, and I like using it because it's really hard when you put it in, when you stuff your toys with it, but it's almost impossible to get a needle through there. Like I've done the heads before, and then trying to put the eyes on afterwards. It took a lot. I really had to use a thimble just to shove that needle through there. So I mean, as much as I like it, it's harder to work with.
Yeah, I have not tried stuffing them with cotton. My experience with cotton, I think, has been with larger things, and I was never able to get, like, there's not enough spring in it, so I was never able to get things to not look lumpy.
Exactly, and that's and then this is what it is here, and it's just, you can see it. It is. It's very, very dense. When you pack it, it is very dense. So I do not recommend anybody doing that for these animals.
Okay.
Just a little FYI.
Yeah, I know, that's a good to know, because I do have people ask about different stuffings, and I mean, I like the wool the best of everything that I've ever used.
Yeah, that is really nice. I like that.
Yeah.
So what are you doing with the ears?
So I was just making one sample so that I could show you guys. I was stitching off camera as not to be confusing. But so I'm just doing that same technique, that we use. What did we use this for before?
Belly.
The belly, right? Yeah, for the belly. well, this one actually I'm doing is a little bit different. The belly I went, it looks the same, but I went through all the way through, and on this one it's invisible on the back because I'm just grabbing the surface. So I'm just kind of going and grabbing the surface of the beige color so that it doesn't show on the back. But you can do a running stitch, same thing with the belly, and you can brush it out if you want to get that feathered look on the edges. But I know everybody's doing something else, so I was kind of secretly doing this off screen so that nobody felt like they were getting behind, because it was just a sample.
And Cynthia.
Yes.
I had taken my ears and needle felted a little bit.
Oh my gosh,
isn't it cute?
That's very cute. Yeah.
So, but I started working on the gray one, so now I'm going to do it quickly on the gray.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, on the one that I haven't stitched yet. So.
I know. Eventually, if I mean, I think did I ask something about? Maybe I asked something about needle felting in one of our other live things. But I love needle felting. I mean, it's so much fun. But I don't know if everybody would be interested in doing that in class. I'll see if
I would definitely be interested. I have all the stuff to do it with. I've just never done it yet. So I'm like,
well,
I'm so into it.
So let me show. I've got a couple of guys right here. So here's like a Felix that's needle felted.
Oh, cool! Wow.
He's got some little stuff going on. So there's a Felix that's needle felted. Here's a little piglet.
Oh my stars.
He's a little piglet. And then here, now this is the thing that I first did the plum pudding for. This little reindeer was holding a plum pudding. So she was and then I did I did this one a while back too, where he was a little hedgehog with mistletoe.
Oh, cute.
And then I did another one of these guys as a spring one, and he was sitting on a little hummock of moss, and there were little flowers all around him, and he was sniffing a flower instead of the mistletoe. But yeah, anyway, but yeah, we could definitely do some of that too if we have people that are interested, because that's lots of fun. I don't know, what else do I have?
Cynthia, I've done a little bit of needle felting, not much, and I have all the equipment, so I would be up for it.
Great. Good. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Me too.
Good. Well, I'll have to do a little send out a little questionnaire. I think, I thank you everybody who wrote and told me their thoughts on live versus, I think all of you guys were probably in the people who were interested in live videos, seeing as you're here, but yeah, so I haven't gotten in the full list of everybody yet. I think we've got like until next Wednesday maybe, to see everything come in. But it looks like everybody says, yeah, a mix is good. There were a few people, I think we had like 7 people in the group in the full group who said that they just wouldn't do the live videos. So
it doesn't matter if you record them then.
Yeah, no, I mean, some people said they're happy to watch the recordings of the live videos, and other people said they don't want to join a live video and they won't watch them.
Oh, really?
And so, yeah, so anyway, so I'll definitely keep doing a mix. But I do like
one of the things that I'm concerned about, and I think others are too, is that you might be a little overextended.
I did notice that in a couple of the comments, and I really appreciate everyone thinking about me. And I definitely have that tendency. I love working. I love sewing. I love what I do. So I work a lot.
Well, great, but there comes a limit. I mean,
I know, but there is a limit, and you're right. And so so this month I just, I wanted to, February is just such a bummer month, I mean, unless you're like a real skier or something. But you like February? Yeah. Well, I mean,
I was thinking you were on Valentine, but anyway.
Oh.
A little one.
Well, we did
plum pudding.
Oh, a little Valentine. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we did the penguin. That was a bigger Valentine.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, so this month I definitely kind of was pushing it a little bit, trying to do 3 workshops, just so that people had fun things to look forward to.
Yeah, but one would have been enough. I think we would have all felt pretty satisfied with one. So, again, there's no point. I'm old. I've done this. I've been where you are, but it's not worth it. You will break down. You will burn out.
Well, I promise only to do 1 next month.
Okay. Good.
Good.
Well, I'm not complaining.
Yeah. No. Well. I mean, you're right. You're right. But a part of it is that I love it, and I love seeing you guys. So that's all good. But that's I know. Good. But no, it's true. It's true. And my partner was definitely like, "You're doing another one," So.
Well, I assume you have other things going on besides us. So.
Well, yeah. You know what? Hold on. This is one of our members who I think wants to join, but maybe she's having trouble. Let me just double check.
Okay.
Karen, what's going on? Are you able to get? Oh, I don't see you trying to get in. Hold on a minute. Let me find. No, there's a new one that's in the Patreon listing. Yeah, go to Patreon and you'll find the link. Okay. All right. Bye, Karen. All right.
Can I change the subject a second just to go back to the arms? And I know that I didn't do the penguin, but to do the little white tip on the end of the paw.
Yes, let's do that. Okay. I'm going to just cut a little scrap of fabric to demonstrate. Because, sorry, who was that? Was somebody asking a question related? No, okay, that was something else going on in the background. All right, so I'm just gonna cut out a little scrap here of 2 colors, and I'm gonna show you how it goes together. So, imagine this is the end of the leg. So let's make it look like the end of the leg. All right, so something like that, right, is the end of our leg. And if you just, if you want to add a white paw to it, all you have to do is lay a little piece. So this paw would be from this edge to the end of the foot. So then I'm just going to go ahead and stitch that on. Let me just get.
So I'm going to have to make another rabbit.
Well, okay. So here's
sort of a given.
So here's the sample, right? So this was how to add those extra paws.
Right.
Right. And so, okay, so here's my leg sample. And I've got a little piece of white there. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch on this. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Is this the, hold on. Let me just rethink this for just a second, because I did something slightly different. I did the white can be on top, or that could be on top. Okay, I'm going to do it this way. So I think I wanted the brown color, the beige color, to be on top. So I'm going to just stitch this on. Okay. So I'm just going to do a really quick and dirty stitch here to get this on, to show the sample, show the example. Okay. All right, so that would be my right side, the correct side. And then you can lay down whatever you cut off and trim around it. Or you can lay down your original pattern, you know, to make sure that your length is right over the whole thing. And then you cut that out.
I see, okay.
Like that. So then you have, now you have this new piece that has a white tip. And then there's often a little extra in the back. So I usually just trim off a little bit. So I have about 1/8 of an inch seam allowance in the back. And then you can do this before, after, but you can brush this out to soften the edge.
Nice.
So that was what I did on this one here. And I just did 2 different lengths.
Cute.
Yeah. So that's a fun little thing. And that's also, you can also get creative too if you're, let me see, where's that guy? So like this is that same idea. This is like a Corgi that I was playing around with. And so this, oh, there's Karen. Hold on a second, let me get to her. Oh, no, that's Allison. Karen didn't come yet. Oh, there she is. Hey there, did you find it? I went to Patreon and all right, hold on a second. I'm going to send you an invite directly from here. Okay, all right, sure. See you in a sec. Okay, bye. My Monday group. So she's. Hold on a minute. Let me send her a thing. Okay. Send. Okay. All right. All right. So here's this little Corgi, and instead of going straight across, I made these pieces that kind of went way up, and you know, to be similar to the way that the Corgi coloring looks on their legs. So you can get creative that way too. So that would be like, if this was connected, I'm just going to draw on this with a Sharpie. So you want to make sure the edges match up. So this edge and this edge have to be in the same place, but that Corgi piece was kind of like this. And then when you fold it, you get that white that goes up the leg.
Right.
So, but yeah, so you can play around with different, like shaping them differently too, to get different things, different looks. And that's how this face piece is made as well. So you lay it, you cut out the shape of whatever the coloring you want it to be, lay under the other piece, stitch it on, and then go back with the original pattern piece and cut the underlayer piece to match the pattern, you know. Does that make any sense, or was that too? Yep. Is that too?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So so if you do any of that stuff, shoot me a picture. I want to see. what you do
Cynthia,
with it. Yep.
Is it possible for you to do the Corgi pattern for sale?
I could do the, hold on a second. I think that's Karen coming in. There she is. I would be happy to do, like, I have this pattern, the pattern pieces exist. And I'd be happy to share it with you guys. But to make it as a full kit with all the directions, I probably am not ready to do that. But I would be happy to share it with our group.
Great. Well, I would be more than willing to pay for the pattern.
Absolutely,
yeah. Okay. Well.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well,
even if it's just in our group. I don't care.
Even if okay.
I just want it.
Well, that sounds good. You just want it? Okay. Yeah. Well, I have it, and I'm doing where's the last week? Again, I can't see everybody, so I can't tell if you were here last week. But you were. Oh, good. I don't recognize everyone's voice yet. I'm getting there.
I haven't spoken before, so you would.
Oh, well, there you go. So we were talking last week about the miniature pincher, and so I actually started getting that ready for you guys, and so I think I have almost all the pieces ready, but I haven't posted it yet. But maybe I can just add the Corgi pieces to that too. And if you have questions,
that would be marvelous. I
can just do a quick picture of the Corgi and put the pieces there. And then this body, everything is made just like what we're doing today. You know, it's just that, and then whatever, you can send me a donation if you want. That's that fact.
I will tell you what, I actually upped my patronage amount. You're doing so much. I felt like I was underpaying.
Right?
You guys are so sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome. Very much.
I did the same thing.
Thank you.
I added
you guys.
The sum of money. And
well,
thank you.
I still think it's a huge bargain.
Yeah, it is.
Amen.
Well, that's, I mean, in the end,
it's about you. Yes.
I know. Well, in the end, that's what I want it. I want it to feel that way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I obviously, like, the goal is that we'll get to a point where all the finances make sense. But I also want it. Yes, absolutely. And we're getting closer. We are getting closer to that. It does. Patreon is funny, like the way that it shows what's happening. Like the annual things have made things a lot more confusing, the way that the money comes in, but it's great. I love the annual memberships, and I love that people can do that. So, but yeah, we're getting, it's good. It's all good, and we're getting there. But I appreciate your everybody's help and everybody's. Well, I don't want you to worry about me, but you know what I mean. I appreciate your thoughts.
Okay, so for asking for things, how about the llama?
Oh, the llama.
I love the llama.
Yeah. Okay, well, we should do that one. So that one is a hybrid. Here, I'll grab the llama and we can look at him. Hold on.
Stars. I love my patronage again. Get all these.
So this one's a fun hybrid between needle felting and he's a little squished because he's been in the cabinet. Needle felting and stitching. So his body is all stitched together, and then the outside of him is all needle felted. So I basically like needle felted a fleece. So I pre needle felted a rough shape and kind of got a lot of the color on there. And then I wrapped the fleece around him and started needle felting into the body.
Wow.
Wow.
I love that llama.
I do too. That is so nice.
Well, then let's put, I'm going to start to put him on the list. Okay. All right. He's definitely one that's going to takes quite a bit of direction. So
you have a bigger Post-it note this week.
Yeah, I know. I actually have a full sheet of paper. Somebody asked for minutes. I was like, oh my God, okay, I got to get my act together. Oh God.
Isn't their Corgi be fuzzy?
Yeah.
Couldn't you brush him out?
Yes, you totally could brush him out. I'm not going to brush this one out before I take some more photos of him, but his ears I brushed out. No, I did a couple layers for his ears.
Mom about walk in a taxi, and I've run him for a car this morning.
Oh, I think we've got a phone call going on there. Hold on a second.
He's run for about 9 o'clock. Yeah. If
let me just see if I can.
Yeah. And yeah.
I hear Nico.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not Nico.
Oh.
But I was trying to find where that was.
Gotta find out for himself.
There's a phone call going on, and I was just going to see if I could.
You can just see everybody.
I see the head using the dark.
Can you see? Can you see?
Pam.
Pam. Okay. I know. Pam. Okay, hold on, Pam. Okay, there it is.
She told you about it. Well, that's what she told me.
Hold on a second. Let me see
her accent.
I know.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I kind of want to just leave it on, but all right. I can't seem to do it. I'm not sure why. Where is she? Hold on. There she. I know.
I know, but yeah.
You could
there
try
she is.
Everybody, and then
you could mute all, and then
Oh, okay. Let's try that. Okay.
That's a good idea.
Does anybody know where that? Okay.
You go to participants, and then at the bottom, there'll be a
okay.
Is the host.
He was watching football. Dog were with him. It sat at house because I said, "Well,
doesn't seem to be." Hold on a minute. Oh wait, I'm on the
dog. I don't know whether it's
okay. I was on. I've got the two computers going, and I was on the wrong one, trying to have power, but I can't have power on the other one. Okay.
Yeah.
Mute.
And she's getting a picture or something. I don't know.
No, that's not it. Start video. Unmute themselves. Play.
Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah, it's not somehow it's not allowing me to
only trouble is it's
hold on a minute. Okay, there it is. Wait, I got it. I got it. Okay. All right. So everybody not talking on the phone can unmute. Okay, there we are. Good, we got it. I've got too many computers going on.
Are the ears to have pipe cleaners in them?
Yes. Okay. So yes, you can use plain. You can use the skinny pipe cleaners. You can use the fat pipe cleaners if you trim them down, or you can use the floral wire that we used for the mice.
Oh.
Any of those will work.
Which do you recommend? The skinny?
Yeah, because I have all of them.
Well, the skinny pipe cleaner you don't have to do anything to, and the so if you have skinny pipe cleaner or if you have the floral wire, I recommend either of those. If you have the fat stuff, you just have to trim it, which takes more time.
Cynthia, I didn't see the skinny pipe cleaners in your shop.
Well, that's because they're not there. They are in my shop. They're in my shop, just not listed. So they're exactly the same price as the other ones. So just write a note when you order. I'm going to get them up there. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. So just write a note to Laura. She has them in stock. Just say I'd like to order the skinny pipe cleaners, even though it says I want the fat ones.
Okay.
And she'll get it right. Okay. Yeah, I know. I need to list those. I need to list the needles because I have the sewing needles and I have the long darners too that I need to list. But I haven't quite gotten around to it.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
I've got everything sewn up, legs and arms and up to the neck. Good. And do you sew the neck all the way up to the top?
Yes. Yes. So the neck, so you haven't sewn around the arms yet, or you have?
I did.
Oh, okay. All right. So usually what I do is sew down from the neck and around the arms in one shot, but you're just doing it in slightly different order, and that is fine too. Okay. So yeah, so you're going to stitch. Yeah, so you're going to stitch from the neck to the shoulder now.
I was leaving time. Now's the time to do this before you. When do you stuff the neck?
After you've stitched it.
After you've stitched it.
Wait, so but hold on a minute. Let's make sure I'm not. So you've got your pipe cleaner sticking out the hole, right?
Yes.
Okay, but it's from the neck to the shoulder that's not stitched. Is that right?
It's only on one side. I was leaving space so I could push a little more stuffing in here.
Oh yeah, you totally have room to push it through just the small hole of the neck. So don't worry about it. You can close it up, just leaving this hole open, and you'll have room to get the stuffing down in there.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm almost caught up.
Great. And how's everybody else doing? Is anybody ready for head yet?
Yes. Yeah, I finished my body.
I just used the floral wire in the ear. I stitched it around and I folded the floral wire in half so there weren't any sharp edges, and just
we haven't done that.
Very nice. Well, that's okay. Go ahead. Sorry, I was cut.
I'm sorry. Were we supposed to have the ear stuffed with wire already and I missed it?
No,
okay.
No. Everybody's moving at their own pace. Some people had time to get things done in advance. Some people didn't. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Okay.
But so let's move on. The ears. Obviously, we want to get that done today because how they're attached can be confusing. So if you have ears done, great. If you don't, we'll do those. But let's move on to the head. So what we want to do on the head is stitch our darts first. So these, this is the head with the dart stitched. And so we're going to, let me get one that's not, oh, I didn't cut out extra heads. Okay, here, let's look at the pattern piece. So you're going to take the pattern piece and fold it so that your dart is closed. And then you're going to stitch from just beyond the fold. So if we look at this, that's kind of where you want to start your stitch, just before the end of the fold. And then you're going to do a whip stitch up to this edge. And then before you knot, if you want to slide your thread back, just skim it under the surface of the felt, then you can make your knot a little further back from the edge so you don't catch it when you do this seam. So that's what I've done here.
And those so that's right sides together, correct? When you're doing the dart.
Right. So if you're using a felt that has visibly a different color side, like some of the marbled ones or modeled ones do, then make sure you pick then the side. You don't want your stitching to show on the right side. So this is the right side. So when okay. All right. And
sorry, I inadvertently sewed the face part.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
That's okay.
To sew
No. So you're good. So here's so I'm just going to put pins in here, right? To sort of show where you're stitching. So you want the front of the face up to the darts. You want to be sewn on what will be the wrong side, right? So the way you've got yours connected here, you're just going to pinch this and stitch that dart, and pinch this and stitch that dart. And then, so you want your dart stitching and all the stitching on the front of the face to be on the same side, and then we're going to turn it.
Thank you.
Yep, you got it.
Cynthia, okay. My daughter was just here and she absolutely loves the pig.
Oh, good. All right, let's put needle felting on our list too.
Yes. She's the min pin owner.
Oh, she is. Oh yeah, and I've got it. So min pin, yeah. I'll add the Corgi to the min pin. All right. Does everybody? I don't sell any fiber for needle felting. I mean, I do have 25 pounds of white merino. If anybody needs any of that, that I ordered, that I got on one of my last trips to Uruguay and brought back with me. But I don't have tons of the other color. Does anybody have a great source that they love for?
Yes.
For fiber, yes, Marin.
There's an artist in Maryland named Serafina. I'll put her name in the chat. Serafina Fiber Art, and she sells all the colors.
Okay.
She's really great.
Okay, that's great.
She's a needle felter, so she sells the supplies.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of needle felting. She's
Serafina.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. Okay, so I've got the Serafina, and then Karen, were you saying something? Were you telling me about somebody else?
Sue Tucson, who is should be on here.
Yeah.
Hi. She does a lot of things, so she's probably got sources up the
Living Felt in Texas is really good.
Okay, Living Felt.
Yep.
Texas.
They have, depending upon what you're going to do, but their MC1 bat or wool is really good for felting. It's a lot better than the merino as far as needle felting. The merino is probably wet felting, so
right.
But they have their signature thing is MC1, and you'll see it in all the colors and stuff.
Oh, great. And is that more like, I know I have I'm wondering, there's some things that people say they sell for like core wool that's a little more curly and it needle felts really, really well. And then the merino, like you said, is better if you're doing a surface coating with you know, and wet felting it.
Yeah, they have the core wool, and then they also have this a little bit nicer one that's MC1. I suspect it's got merino in it, like the cross merino. Because there's different kinds of merino, but the long, you know, if you're using it in the roving type stuff, it's long fibers. They don't felt as well for needle felting. So you know, but they do have the core wool, and that's just a little bit coarser and not as clean and refined. You know, there's more of the straw.
Yeah, natural materials, right? Sure, sure. Okay, all right, that's great. Well, I'll list both of these things. I'll check them out and list them in the minutes. Yeah.
Get this right.
Well, oh wait, what did you do? What right? Okay, let me see. That looks right. Yeah.
Then after this, I'm supposed to.
Did you do a? Oh,
I just did this little edge here. Just the one edge.
Right, the dart.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you need to make a left and a right of that. So that the pieces are opposite, and like you can put them nose to nose and they look the same but opposite, like mirror image. Right, because you need a left side and a right side to the head.
They look different. Hang on.
Okay. So here's my head. Here's my head pattern piece.
Yeah.
Right. So I would need a second one of those that's like my hands, right? Like mirror image, like.
Got it.
Right.
That's
yeah.
it.
So, right. Exactly. Yeah, so you just want to make sure you sew them opposite each other.
And then did you say there was something else to do? Make a dart? No, make something else?
So this thing in here, this little V thing, that thing's called a dart. And so a dart is like what you would have in the bust of a blouse or whatever, right? In sewing, it provides for volume, like right. So it's what makes the back of the head round. So that's what shapes the skull of the back of the head. So the idea is just that you have a left and a right head. So you lay them out facing each other, and then when you lay them out facing each other like this,
I see.
Like you can. So when they're nose to nose, you could just do this and pin them, and then you would have your left and your right. Okay.
But that's all we have to have done so far. There's no further step. I didn't miss something.
No. I just, sometimes I rush ahead and I leave people in the dust, and I didn't want to do that. But I think I'm doing the opposite now, which is just lingering a little too long. Does everybody I'm not lingering too long?
No.
Okay.
No, we need to do the sewing.
Oh, good. All right. So I'm going to baste this with not this color. I'm going to use a bright color so it's easy to see. Changing my tack here. Let me get something that shows up a little better.
And we all should be doing this.
If you're at this point, you don't have to use a bright color though. I'm just doing this so that you can see where our next seam is to stitch. If you don't feel like you need the basting thread, then you can skip it. I'll show you another thing you can do too. So if you don't, I'm doing this as a visual so that everybody knows the area where they're going to be stitching. Basting is always a good thing to do if you like basting. If you don't like basting, then skip it. And I'll tell you when I'm going to force you to baste, because it's really a good idea. But this isn't as important. Okay, so this is where we're stitching, and we're putting these the two pieces right sides together. And what we want to do is make sure that our darts are matching up. So if you're basting, you can do that with your basting. If you're not basting, you can just put a pin like right after the dart, and that'll hold that in place while you stitch this. So we're going to be stitching from this corner around. This will be the nose. This is kind of where the eyes are going to go. This is the top of the head, and this is our dart. So we're stitching just past the dart, maybe like 1/4 of an inch. And then you can knot off and hide and on this side. And if you want, you can move your dart, you can move your knot back a little bit, although it's not really, no, never mind. Don't do it here. It's not necessary here. Okay. All right. So then I'm going to stitch this too.
That's only one piece, right?
No, that's the two pieces together. See?
Oh.
Right. So the stitching is visible on the outside here, and the stitching is visible on the outside here on my dart. I'm gonna zoom right in for you. So this is on the opposite side. This is eventually going to be the inside. We're stitching here, and then we're going to turn it right side out.
Cynthia?
Yeah.
Do you do a double strand on the head since you stuff it so tight, or just a single still?
I still do just a single here. I really only do the double where I have to pull on the thread, like with the eyes I do double, and on the and stitching on the neck I do double. But anywhere that I want the thread to be as invisible as possible, I do single.
A lot of your patterns say 3.
My level 1 patterns do say, I think, and that was more for kids so that they could use a bigger needle, see what they were doing better.
Yep.
But for the adult ones, I generally just do, I've gone down to 1. If there's something that I haven't yet re-edited the rabbit. Oh no, excuse me. I haven't yet re-edited the frog or Rilla raccoon, and so those still might say to use more threads. Right. But if you guys are making those, I would go down to a single thread.
The frog was the first one I did.
Oh, and you still came back after all those fingers?
Oh yeah,
that's shocking.
That was the days when you were saying baste the pattern to the felt and then cut it out.
I know.
And I thought, what? But I did it.
I know you. Well, God bless you. I was, at the time. Yeah, at the time I hadn't figured out. I hadn't thought about the washi tape, and I hadn't. And I, yeah. I know.
And I had.
Well, I also wanted it. I wanted everything to be self-contained too, you know, so it's like so I was trying to do it with just what came in the kit, but yeah, we've branched out a little since then.
Yep.
And
I love that
I'll
pattern.
put that one on the back burner until you rewrite the directions.
Rewrite the directions. Well, you know, you don't.
All you would need to do is put the pattern on freezer paper, and it would be.
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah. The other thing, just FYI, I don't know if anybody uses a sewing machine, but let me just tell you, on those little frog feet, I started in my classes. Do I have any scrap felt over here? We'll use a piece of this. I would cut a long strip. This isn't a long strip, but I would cut, what was I doing? I wasn't even cutting a long strip. I was cutting a strip the right length for the 2 feet, I think. And then I would just take it and use my machine and stitch right along the edge like this for the toes. Yeah. And I would leave, like, if I started here, then and I stitched to like here and just did a straight line with a really tiny stitch, then I could cut them in half, and that would give me 2 toes. And then the way the end of those feet work is that it's I'm going to do this like way out of scale, but I think they have like, so say this is like a giant toe and you had stitched along this edge, you leave this part open, and that gives you a little round pucker, a little round like toe end. And so so if you don't stitch all the way to the top, you can trim this little bit at the end, but you can do all the toes on the sewing machine and then do the rest on the by hand. Yeah. And boy, everyone liked that a lot.
Yes, that would make life a lot easier. That was years ago.
That was a while ago. That was back in the day. The problem is, you know, with the kits too, is that, I mean, not that there's a problem, but is that there are really like 20 different ways to do everything, you know, but you have to choose one way for, you know, when you're doing a kit or pattern, to just, because if I give everybody 20 options, it's just like, you know, you're going to walk away from it. But then, you know, there are other ways that you realize afterwards could have been easier, or anyhow.
Well, fortunately, that daughter's birthday is not until November, so.
Well, I can break out the sewing machine in one of our sessions, and we can.
If you decide to set up a needle felting project, you got to give us enough. You got to give us enough time to get materials.
Absolutely,
I live far away from everywhere. I have to do everything by mail order.
Yeah, well, definitely. Well, let's.
So by mail order now, right now, anyway.
How long do you think you guys you would need to do? So lead time for needle felting.
2 to 3 weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
2 to 3
okay.
weeks.
I'm going to say 3 weeks, because I think that.
I agree.
I think 3 weeks. I think more is better for needle felting. Okay, so I've got a note on that, and
good.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, people could then play around with the needle felting before they come to class.
Right.
That's true. If nobody's done any needle felting before, they can goof around with it a little bit. Yeah, we should definitely do that. Okay. So I'm getting up to my dart here, and I'm just going to do 3 or 4 stitches past the dart.
Sure, I looked
and then knot off
the other day and didn't pull them out of my box.
What was that?
That I looked at my hemostats the other day and didn't.
Oh.
I did find my little stuffing fork that somebody.
Oh, good. good. Yeah, I have to say I'm really in love with the stuffing forks. I mean, I still use the skewer, but those things are awesome.
I would probably run the skewer either through my hand or through the felt.
I've done that.
I never use the sharp end. I only stuff with the blunt end.
Makes it easier to run it through your hand then.
Cynthia, did you get my email regarding the hemostats length and everything I sent you? We had talked.
We did talk about that, and I don't remember seeing the email. But let me look it up. Do you know when you sent it?
Would have been the next day from our. So that would have been Sunday, I guess. Yeah.
How did I not see that?
Yeah, I sent a bit of information, some other stuff we talked about as well.
Oh, good. Okay, hold on. I'm going to search for it now.
Mommy, I'll save you some.
I don't know if everybody's aware, but I know that I wasn't aware of that third thing on the Patreon site. There's that third tab where you can put comments and stuff like that, because I just discovered that after, and then I don't think anybody really notices it there.
I think you're right. I mean, I found there's a place where people can put comments within the posts themselves.
Right.
And then I have gotten some comments in other places. I get them in several different places. I'm not sure who's got the puppy.
Me. All right.
That's okay. No worries. I just thought I would say hello.
Hi. Sorry.
No, it's totally fine. If he's still barking and you want to mute, you can do that too. Oh, he's supposed to be on mute. I'm sorry. Oh, poor thing. Okay. Okay, so I was just looking for that email with the hemostats. So I did not find it yet, but I'm going to.
Okay, yeah, I just sent it sort of on a reply of your email, so it would have gone through the Patreon. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. So that is, okay. All right, so I'm going to just look for that email. Okay, and it's on Patreon.
Yeah.
And so you put it in the post.
I just did the post. Yeah, because I didn't know which email, so I just did a return on when you send us the information. So it went through the Patreon, Cynthia Treen.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to search for that because I agree. There are some. I feel like there are a lot of different places people can contact me in there, and I usually get like a little thing that bleeps on my phone, so I know when somebody's commented, and then I go to look for it sometimes, and I'm like, oh, was it in a post? Was it in a message? Was it in a, and so sometimes I have to hunt a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
but I will look.
If there's a better email, I can resend it to you.
Oh, would you? That would be great. If do you know the there's one that's listed on like my website and stuff like that. That's just the general one for threadfollower, and that's just so that's Cynthia Treen Studio at Gmail.
At Gmail.
Okay. At Gmail, yeah, Cynthia Treen Studio at Gmail, and that's where all the Etsy stuff goes, and that's a really good one.
Okay. All right, I'll just send that to you. Save you.
Oh yay! Thank you so much, Lynn.
No
yeah, God, the whole email thing these days. I've been trying to figure out what to do about my main email that I use for orders and stuff like that is getting so filled with junk, because you get on every time you order something from a different place, you get on another mailing list, and it's like I've missed a few important emails in that one because it's getting so bogged down with junk.
This is email.
Anyway,
I get tons of junk in my Gmail account.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I've been wanting to just start over, but I have like 10 years of history in there. I feel like I can't totally get rid of it. Don't start over. Yeah,
no, but you can start blocking. You can
doesn't seem to
put them into. Do you have the 3 categories of primary, social, and promotions?
Oh gosh, I think I do.
Well, if you take an email you don't want, or not you don't want, but it's like promotional email, you can drag it to the promotional tab.
And then everything from there on will go into that one?
Then it asks you, do you want this to go into the promotional tab after this? You say yes. And then the next time Joe Blow's Garage sends you an email, you can, it won't go to your primary tab.
Right. Okay. All right. I've got to look at that. That's great. Yes, definitely. All right.
I also only have one email that I use for purchasing, and I don't use it for anything but that.
That's smart.
I know. That is smart. And that's what I should have done. But I got this so long ago. Maybe I should turn that one into just my purchasing one and then start another one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I still have access to all the stuff, but I have the more functional one. That's a great idea.
Well, I suspect what happens though is especially if you're using Chrome.
Yeah.
Any site you even look at or think about looking at, they get your email.
I know. It's very frustrating, the amount of marketing that they're, taking my email address for, but all right.
To you now. So
Mm-hmm.
I've sent it to you now. So
oh, great. Thanks, Lynn. So how's everybody doing?
I'm ready for the next step, I think.
Yeah, so am I.
How should his neck be?
Stuff the neck relatively firmly, but don't push it down so that the chest area gets stuffed firmly. Just get enough in there so that you have something to bite into when you're sewing the head on. Do you know?
Bite?
Maybe that was bite. That's wrong. With your needle, grab with your needle. Okay, so I didn't hear anyone yelling out saying, no, don't start yet, right?
Right.
We're good?
We're ready.
Okay, good. All right, so we're going to take the head and we're going to turn it. So if you've got your hemostats or whatever tool you're using for turning, I'm just going to use my little pliers here.
I'm using my fingers.
Ooh, well,
that's what I did.
That works too. I always feel like I'm manhandling it a little bit when I do that. But, oh, look, this has got kind of a funny spot on it.
Well, thankfully, you showed us that little trick last week to get your felt to behave itself.
Oh, which one was? With the iron. Oh, yeah. The iron thing is just like, yeah, that's awesome.
My hands always are sweaty and the felt doesn't look so hot after.
Yeah, no, I know. It gets a little roughed up. It needs to be reflattened. All right. So so when you've got any of the heads, like on any of the animals, if you sometimes when you're stuffing them, the neck can get stretched out. So I don't always remember to tell people to do this, but you can kind of pre-stuff the front of the head a little bit if you want to at this point before you stuff that back seam. But you don't have to. You can do all the stuffing afterwards. But sometimes I do this where I just kind of like pre-stuff the nose a little bit and get something in there. And then I finish up the back seam.
How stuffed should it be?
You don't want it to be so stuffed that you can't pinch this seam closed, But it limits what you're putting through the neck after. Every now and then, like depending on how people's like aggressiveness with stuffing or how big the pieces are they try to put in, sometimes this neck area can get a little stretched out. I try to use only little pieces going in, but this is one way to really be able to get a good chunk in there before you finish up the head. So just to know that you can do that, not that you have to.
Good idea.
All right. Yeah.
Oops.
I lost the sound.
I can hear you.
Okay, no, I just couldn't hear you.
Oh, good. Well, yeah. Well, I was.
You're okay now.
Was making
good.
it.
Good. Good. I was
focusing.
Oh God. You left it in the house with us?
okay.
Yeah, it's better out there than in here, you cray cray.
The only problem I see with stuff in the head partially is that then the fibers get stuck in your stitching.
Oh, well, yeah, you know, I kind of, I guess I kind of pushed it all the way back and then pinched it. So I was just doing the fibers, but yeah, you're right. That could be a frustrating element to that. So,
they're all over the, which means I'm sneezing tonight.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have that, but I think I had just pushed it way back into the nose and then pinched that edge so that they weren't quite so involved in that. But yeah. All right, so I'm going to start stuffing the head too. And then does anybody want me to wait to stuff the head to sort of like talk about filling it, or is kind of? Okay. All right, I'll wait. So tell me when you're ready.
Why don't you just sew it all the way around and then stuff it?
You mean it's doing some on the inside? So the reason that that I started doing that is because I like to scratch over the seam. So this one I haven't done it on yet, but scratch over the seam and make it totally invisible. So it almost looks like a pressed felt creation or doll or something. So when you do the stitching on the inside, you can completely hide all your seams. You can minimize your seams when you have your whip stitching on the outside by doing the same thing, by scratching a little bit and then pressing it once it's stuffed. But wherever you've done the seams on the inside, you can almost like completely disappear with that technique. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I sort of like the way the seams look sometimes.
Oh, and that's okay too. Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes that, you know, they're really intentional, and I like them.
Right.
But you know, it's one more way of doing it. If you like the seams and you want the seams to show, then you can totally just stitch with them on the outside, and it simplifies things.
I think it sometimes increases the sense of geometry. It makes it clear. It has a nice sort of graphic feel.
Yep.
I think the children like that when we work.
Yeah. Well, either way. I mean, you know, I've done it both ways, and there are some places where I can't, where it, you know, it doesn't make sense to try to make them go away. Right. And so I certainly leave it in a lot of places on the animals, but I do have, you know, when I've had people in class where I've been teaching, you know, really live, not just Zoom, I've watched people sew, and beginners, people who are really just starting,
yep,
often feel self-conscious about their stitching, and they want it to be as minimal as possible because they don't feel good about it. And so doing it with one strand and doing it on the inside is like this revelation to them, because they feel because they can really just be a beginner, but like have this thing that comes out with the seams being, yeah. So So the better you are at, you know, the sort of like more regular your stitches are, and you know, you might want to choose to have them on the outside at some point.
Yep, gotcha.
But yeah. But when they're still kind of going all over the place, it's like, make them go away.
Now, do you spray that with hairspray after you fuzz it up and then iron it down?
You know, the hairspray is really versatile. Usually I do the fluffing before the hairspray, but okay. So often, usually I'll fluff, then I'll press.
Okay.
Then to flatten the fluff. Then I'll hairspray, and then I'll iron again.
Okay. Okay. So it's 2 ironings.
Yeah, kind of like yeah, after the fluffing and then after the hairspray dries a little bit, I'll smooth it down one more time.
I'm really fluffing this guy up.
All right.
So with stuffing the head, are we stuffing as much as we can and then all the way into the edge of the neck and then snipping it so that the pipe cleaners can go in?
Okay, yeah, so repeat that question one more time.
So can you see that? So
yeah, I can see. Yep.
So
that looks good.
And then snip at that so that the pipe cleaners can go in, because if it's so firm.
Yes. So okay. So two things. So you've got your stuffing is coming right along. That looks really good. The head is starting to have that nice round shape to it. So yeah. here's like see I don't have very much stuffing in this right now. So his head is really flat. So you just keep going until it's nice and round, and then you can when it's nice and round, but you're having a hard time getting more stuffing in there, if you still need to shape it and form it, you can cut a channel. You know, you can go in with your scissors like inside and cut a channel and open that up, and then you can start stuffing inside that channel. So you're stuffing like, you know, kind of like from the inside and expanding outward, right? So you kind of put it in the center and then go outward with your stuffing. So you can do that to finish stuffing and filling the head to the point you want. And then when you're ready to put the pipe cleaner in, you make another channel.
Okay.
Yeah. So the channel works for both things, adding more stuffing and for getting the pipe cleaner in.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we going to be putting the head on the body before we do the ears?
Head on the body before ears. Yes, okay. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. Now, I think we had a few people we were waiting on doing the actual stuffing for. Should I start to walk through that now? Is anybody ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Yep.
Okay, good. And what about you, Ellen? We were waiting for you. How are you doing? Oh, you're muted. Hold on.
There. Can you hear me?
I can.
Right now I'm just stuffing his head some more, but
okay.
Pretty full.
Good. All right. Okay, so here, well, I was waiting to stuff until I got the word, but so now I'm moving forward here. Okay, so I'm getting my stuffing in there. So I'm using little pinches, small amounts. That helps it so it doesn't get lumpy and that you have more control. And let me just.
And mine is now coming out the bottom.
Yep. Yep.
That's what
so
you
that.
want.
Yeah. Let me see it. Can you pop it up to the screen there? Yeah. So he looks good. He looks good. Yep. Yep. So if he needs to be rounder somewhere, like if the back of the head could be rounder, or if you want a little more fiber somewhere, you can do that channel thing that I was talking about, where you snip up into the stuffing and make a pathway to put more in. I can't quite tell if you need that or not, but it's kind of a good little technique to give a try to if you haven't tried it yet. And then we'll be ready to stuff the head on in a few minutes. Yay! I think a little homework before the live thing works out pretty good. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciated having the pattern, in there early so that we
had
to do that.
Yeah, I didn't quite. With getting 3 things going this month, I definitely was a little. It was a little bit like, oh my gosh, I've got a lot of things to prep. No, it's good. And the jacket pattern is done, so I just have to post that. So that will be up shortly. Good. And we can do the same thing. Everybody can get that cut in advance too. So we'll just assemble in class.
Okay. Are you trying to make the back part of his head wider?
You mean right now or just in general? When I look at it from the top,
yeah.
My goal is to have it look a bit like an egg.
Right.
Right. So an egg has kind of one end that's a little bit narrower and one end that's rounder and fatter. So that's
the egg look.
The egg head. Yeah.
Like Adlai Stevenson.
Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah. All right.
It's always astounding how much stuffing something will take.
No. Oh, I know. Okay.
When I do this with the kids, they're always like, more? I said, yep, more. Look, twice as much in. Okay.
I find when I'm using the hemostats or the forceps, it's much faster to stuff because you can put it in the center and then squeeze it wide.
Oh, right. Oh.
And then what? Wait, what? And then squeeze it. Oh, squeeze it wide. Oh, interesting.
You put it in the center and keep pushing it out. So you're always
interesting. Okay, I've got to order those. I just have that's on my list for this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Michelle. It's much easier using the hemostats.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I gotta get me a pair.
Oh, there's
you can get them just at a specialty drugstore.
Yeah. Maybe there are a couple of those around here. I'll have to check that out. But
yeah, I sent that info to you, Cynthia. So
yeah,
Michelle has Wendy.
Well, I found it really easier with the class the first class you had done of the stuffing fork. So I'm really glad that you're carrying it now because
yeah,
way easier.
I love that.
You can grab that little bit and turn it.
Yeah, and I'm finding too, like I don't know if I have it handy. Let me show you. Hold on a second.
You can pull some out too. That works pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The stuffing fork.
I'm doing right now in the in my handicraft club class, we're doing dolls, and I found that it was great for doing this tiny nose.
Oh.
So you can do, so I made this, the pattern have this little dip here, and what you do is you get up there. First you stuff the head almost all the way, and then you take a tight little wad of it that you've twisted on here, and then you can scoot that up and push it behind the nose, and then all the other stuffing holes the bit in the nose, and you can have this subtle, cute little, I don't know if you can see it there, and doing little pieces like that, little protrusions like that was just impossible before. But the stuffing fork, amazing.
Sometimes you can put just a tiny pom-pom in the nose and it holds it.
Oh, that's a great idea. I tried it the first time with one of my plastic eyes, and that worked, but it was a little hard to get in there, and because it was so slippery. But the pom-pom's a great idea.
Yeah, and you can actually just stick it in first and then put a pin through it and hold it while you stuff the rest of it.
I love that. That's good. I have some of those teeny tiny little ones too from one craft store or another. I think those are what I used on the ends of the slippers. The little slipper pattern we did. Okay. All right, so I'm pretty much where I want to be for the head. This is what it looks like from the top. But if you wanted to add more, just, you just slice up and add it from the center. And it sounds like if you've got those hemostats, you don't even have to do that, right? Somehow with the hemostat, you can always add from the center.
Right.
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay. Hemostats like to lock up on you.
You need to get unlocking hemostats.
Well, mine have got like up at where they the scissor part is. There's a little. They just kind of click in together.
Yeah.
There's a surgical called a Kelly clamp also, which can work.
Karen, is that the one that doesn't lock or the one that locks? The Kelly clamp.
You can
that one locks.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And it's irritating because you try to open it up again and it won't.
That must be the one I have. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to keep my eyes open for the unlocking variety.
Well, they're harder to find, but I find it's easier with the locking. So I think it's just individual, whatever you get.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
So try it.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to get one of each. Any excuse to have more tools.
Right. Well, I need to find the ones that don't lock. I think one pair I have when one of my kids got their braces off. They didn't redo them, so they just handed them to me. I was like,
my gosh.
Is this what you're talking about, Cindy? I have these.
Yeah, those are the hemostats. Yep.
Yeah. I have no idea where they came from, but I have some.
Probably from Papa.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know what from, but
I know.
Or Dad.
I
I didn't know
You
what
probably want smaller ones. Oh yeah, you've got the smaller ones there. Yeah.
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 You
Yeah.
can get,
Okay.
You can get tiny ones right through to great big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds great.
Like
the
3
8-inch
inches.
one seems to be about the best job use.
What's that, Michelle? Which ones do you like? The 3-inch?
No, about an 8-inch.
8-inch is your favorite. Okay. All right.
With a really nice long thin point.
Okay. Okay. 8-inch long thin point. All right.
I didn't realize there were so many variations.
Done.
Yeah. I guess, you know, if I were ever going into surgery, I would be glad that there were.
Yeah.
Seems like if I need a lot of tools, probably surgeons do too.
Sure.
I still have Peter's anatomy kits.
Yes, that's where mine's from.
Yeah. He had 2 of them, and they were wrapped up in like a it folded open, and then you could tie it, and he had 2 sets of those.
Oh my gosh.
From anatomy, yeah.
Yeah, here's mine. My anatomy.
Oh, look at there you go.
It's really great. I've gotten some dental tools and some other metal tools.
Nice. Nice. I've got to get one of those. Maybe I can find one on Craigslist.
That's
All right.
a good idea.
Okay, so I'm ready to put this head on. So is anybody ready for that? Anybody not ready for that? Okay.
Ready.
Otherwise,
just about ready.
All right. Great. So so if you go ahead and just snip up into the head, we can make that channel for our pipe cleaner. And then I folded my pipe cleaner down. I've probably got a 1/2 inch exposed here, and that's pretty good. Too much more and it gets hard to get it up inside. And then we just kind of screw the head on into that channel. There we go. I know, got the head screwed on right. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and do the blind stitch around the neck and was that somebody coming in? Oh yeah, okay.
You folded it down to a 1/2 inch.
I folded the pipe cleaner down to a 1/2 inch. Hi Gail, welcome. Okay. So yeah, and so we'll use a 2-strand for around the neck because we have to pull pretty tight to get all the stitches to come kind of, you know, I'm not sure how to explain that, but because we're using a blind stitch, when you or a ladder stitch, when you pull, you can kind of see the ladder rungs as you're stitching, and then you need to pull pretty tight to get them to sort of suck in the edges and disappear, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, so I'm going to start at the back of the neck and kind of tuck my entry up under the little lip of the head, and kind of come out here at the center back seam. And so right now I'm through the neck, but not through the head. So we're going to go parallel stitches along the seam here. Let's see if we can zoom in a little more. Okay, so I should maybe have used a different color so it's easier to see, but we're doing, so this is where the connection between the head and the neck is happening. And then I'm going about a 1/16 of an inch in and making these stitches back and forth between the head and the body. So you can kind of see the ladder stitches there now, the blind stitches. And I usually do, I usually go around like 1/4 of the way and then pull my stitches tight. So, so that's about 1/4. And so then I can pull them in like that, and it just draws the 2 edges together, and the stitches become invisible. The rungs disappear. to the ladder. Okay. All right, so now I'm back to the center back seam, and I'll often go around a second time just to just for good measure. So I'm just going to do that too, one more time around, secure it. All right, and then I'll knot off and hide the knot at the back of the neck. There we go.
Starting to look like a critter.
It is, I know. It's not just parts anymore. There we go. All right. So when you get your head on and attached, then we can move on to, we'll move on to ears. And then we'll do, maybe we'll do eyes and face before we attach the ears, just because, you know, the ears get in the way a little bit when you put the eyes on sometimes. You get them caught in your thread, so we can do that first.
Astounding what difference the ears make.
I know. And so I attached them. I'll just hold this up while I'll show both techniques. I did one where I wired it and put it up into the head, and so that's one way. That's a little more similar to things that we've done in the past. I also did this other one here where I did them back and forth through the head. I feathered the top edge here and then made them so that they just kind of pivoted. And so you could use whichever technique you prefer, but I'll show two different ones for the rabbits.
Painful.
Has anybody, I know we have some teachers in our midst here. Has anybody been doing the like Zoom teaching with any kids?
Oh, me. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I thought you were. Right. And so
we've been in person most of the year, but periodically we have to go on Zoom. And I'm
on
working
Zoom.
this year I'm working with 5 and 6 and 7-year-olds.
Oh my.
And it works really well for the middle school students, and it works pretty well for the 8s to 10s. But I'll tell you, teaching math to 6-year-olds Zoom are my style, which is progressive and hands-on. It's astounding to me how cheerful the children remain. They are so thankful to see us that it's touching, but it's the devil to try to get anything across. I hate it.
Yeah.
No, I hear you. I've got 4-year-olds. I've got 4 and 5-year-olds on the Zoom. My class is my school is pre-K through 2nd grade. And I agree with you, Jessica. The children accept it as normal. Yep. And I found as long as I keep my cool, even when things fall apart, and they always fall apart, the children do fine.
But I'm not teaching the way I normally teach.
Oh no.
And to say the least of it. And some of them have bad connectivity, and some of them have parents that are wandering around, and sometimes you have a naughty uncle who's making people laugh, and
no.
And you sort of we make materials to send home. We make packets that the parents can pick up in the outside shed, and then they don't come, and so the children don't have the materials. My best bet is to read. Because I'm not very tech savvy, so my colleagues can pull up videos and things like that. But and half of my kids can't write. I mean, but I do a class in constitutional history with middle school as well, and that works really well. I mean, they're right on it.
Right.
But we've been mostly in person, thank God.
Oh, that's good. Well, I had one of my shops was asking about, I was talking to them about, doing some Zoom workshops. We've been kind of talking about how that might work. And one of the things they were asking is if I would be willing to do one for kids. And
it would depend on their age.
I know, and I said no.
Over Zoom, it is impossible. It is impossible. Even when I send materials home, and I don't send a lot of materials home. I send things home like paper.
Right.
The children don't have it, or they get on the Zoom and I say, you need paper and a pencil. And they say, I don't have paper or a pencil. No blanket. No pencil.
Right.
I had a child say, no, I have nothing. I said, okay.
Oh.
What do you have?
Yeah.
When I've taught kids, I've discovered that you usually end up having to thread their needle constantly. So I don't think that would work too well over Zoom.
That's what I thought. Well, I did say no, because I just said I've done some things at museums where I've done like huge groups of kids, but usually parents are present, and I have like an assistant who's like helps thread needles and stuff like that. But it's just it's really hard. And God bless you, elementary school teachers. I don't know how you do it. But anyway, I was just curious, like, anybody who had been teaching kids in this moment in time, what they thought about teaching kids sewing on Zoom.
Well, you could do it if the children were experienced. Like I have a couple of kids. I'm doing a project with them right now. Do you know the Brambley hedge mice?
Yeah. Oh, they're so great. Yes.
I'm doing those with some of my kids. And experienced ones, they could do it over Zoom, but the kids that have, the little ones, no way.
Right. Yeah. I think it would have to be very specific. If I was going to do it, it would need to be kids that knew how to thread a needle, knew how to do basic sewing. You just have to kind of, but like as with everything, you know, no matter how well you plan it, people show up that don't have what they need, and then it gets harder with the kids, you know.
That's right.
But yeah.
Well, a better time is coming. Wait and do them in person.
Yeah.
Everybody. I'm almost done my vaccination.
Oh, fantastic. Yes. Good, I know.
Wow. Yeah.
Better times are on their way.
Yeah.
With everybody getting vaccinated.
Yep.
Okay, so
so now you
back to the ears. So now we're on our wiring element. So let me get my wire. Just a minute. All right. Okay. So this one, I left a little wire exposed so that we could poke it into the head if you want to go for that method. This one, all the wire got completely tucked in, and then it's flexible here. And so I'm going to do one ear with one technique and one ear with the other one. So let's see. So I'm just folding my wire in half and slipping it in. And then I kind of like when the wire goes out a little bit to the sides of the ear. So I'm just going to kind of push it out. I just feel like I have more flexibility as far as bending it the way I want to when it's not just in the middle. So now my wire is kind of like out towards the edges here. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to, this is the one where I'm going to have the wire going up. So I trimmed this short, and I'm going to bend one side down and tuck it inside the ear. Okay.
So you're going to shape it sort of along, sort of make it the wire ear shaped a little bit.
Yes, that was the idea. Yeah, just to push it out towards the edges a little bit, okay. Because then when you bend it can hold different shapes better if it's towards the outer edge.
Okay.
So then I'll leave this one a little bit long and fold it back, and that's the one that will go into the head.
Okay, so one was folded and then sort of flush with the ear, and the other was okay. I got it.
Exactly. Yeah, I tucked one back inside.
Yeah.
And then this one. Now let's see. How did I put the? Okay, so this little flip in the ear is kind of going towards the front. So this would be my right when I'm looking at it.
Can you say that again? Which flip is going towards the front? Let's see your ear.
Okay, so here's the two ears.
Yeah.
And this one will go on this side of the head and flip to the front like that. Yeah. Okay. So this is the one that the wire is going to go up inside the head. This is the one that the wire is going to get completely tucked inside. So I'm going to fold this one too. And then I'm going to fold everything down so that the entire thing is going to slip inside the ear. Let's see, that's about the right length. So I'm folding both sides down, and then this one I'm gonna do the shaping. I can do the shaping now, I think, and slide it in, and it'll kind of go in like squeeze in and then pop back out again. Okay. Get my sharp ends down in there.
I guess I got a little carried away with going through the felt. So he's going to have...
What?
I guess I got a little carried away with when I was stitching the white on. So he's going to have fuzzy ears to cover the stitches on the back.
Oh, perfect. Fuzzy ears are good. Okay, so my little bent pipe cleaner is getting caught a little bit on my felt. So just watch out for that. You can kind of go back in and release it with a skewer.
Okay, so you've done these ears 2 different ways.
I'm doing them 2 different ways so I can show you the difference between these ears. So this one's completely connected with wire. So if you wanted to stand the ears up, you could stand them up. This one is connected in the same way we go back and forth and connect eyes sometimes. So this one pivots.
Like the whales, like the tail of the brontosaurus.
Yeah, kind of like the tail of the brontosaurus, kind of like the penguin.
Yeah.
The way the wings pivot here. So that's sort of the same idea for that one. So I was just going to do one of each so that, you know, I can show both. So, so this is the one that's going to pivot. And so this guy, let me just scoot some of my pipe cleaner out of the way here. And I'm going to make a fold in the back part of the ear, right? So this little swishy guy is going to be pointing towards the front. So this is my back.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to put a pin in there and stitch that down. Okay.
That piece sticking, the one sticking out, is that, would you say, 1/4 of an inch or more?
I bet it's about 1/4 of an inch. That sounds about right. Let me just see. Oh no, it's a 1/2 an inch.
Like that.
It's a 1/2 an inch.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. But...
All right. So I'm just going to sneak in here and do a couple little stitches to hold this fold down. Okay. And then this one that is going to be the one that is stitched like on the darker gray. So that's like this one. We just fluff up this cut edge here so that it's a little softer. Okay. And you can find the spot that you think is kind of right for the ear. Let's see, I think I did mine a little higher up, kind of like that. All right, and let's look at my location here. So I'm just a little bit, like my pin is sort of at where the dart ends, and it's just in front of it. Let me turn my phone off. It's making dinging noises. Okay. All right. All right. And let's stitch that guy in.
So are you using white thread to stitch the white inset?
Under the ear, I used whatever I had. You mean to stitch this?
Yes.
Yes, I used white thread here, and I just made my stitches so they didn't go through the back.
Right.
Yeah.
You said that.
Right. Yeah, that's okay. No worries. So if you were doing 2 ears in this style, I would get them both ready to go, and then stitch them on together. Oh, and if you have a long darner, that's easier. That's easier lengthwise to get through the head. If you don't, see if you've got whatever your longest needle is, and then you might have to use pliers to grab the needle and pull it all the way through. So this one, imagining I have 2 ears on here. This one's going back and forth through the head several times so that it pivots. Now I actually have my pipe cleaner in there. I think I might like my pipe cleaner to be scooted down a little bit so that this sits a little flatter on the head, because I think I've got some of my folds right in here. So if that's bugging you, the way that, you know, more If it feels like a little too much ear is sticking off, then you can scoot those pipe cleaners in a little bit more. So this just goes back and forth this way, and you would stitch through both ears at the same time.
Cynthia, I don't want to miss anything, but it's been about 2.5 hours. Could we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Absolutely. That's a very good idea. Let's everybody stop. Don't do anything. And if you need to go, go.
Thanks.
All right. I'm going to pour myself a glass of water because I'm actually getting a little thirsty here too. And I think I have one up here somewhere.
Actually.
What?
I just made a cup of tea.
Yeah. You did? Oh, good. All right. Well, we could have timed, we can have bathroom breaks that everybody agrees to midway through.
Also, did you say that we were going to sew the ears on after we did the face?
Oh, we were. Thank you for reminding me. It's true. We were just working on ears, and then I don't remember what order. I do everything in so many different orders. So hold off on the ears then, and let's do the face, and then we'll go back to ears. And I'll just be dealing with a problem ear on one side of my head. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Oh, let me get
Cynthia, since everybody's taking a break, I got the Mod Podge, but I've been looking for the fabric. Do you think I could use cheesecloth? What are you trying to? Because maybe gives a little bit, and yet it's lightweight.
Why don't you? Are you around? What if I cut you a little square of the t-shirt stuff that I'm using, and then you can try that out. I would go for a t-shirt. I think I would go for a lightweight tank top or t-shirt material before I went for cheesecloth, just because the cheesecloth has so many holes.
Okay. Well, then I will continue. Look, I was looking in all my fabric downstairs, but I hadn't been successful. But Laura told me to go up and look in her drawers. So I think I'll try to do that. Otherwise, I'll call you later.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
That sounds good. Yeah. All right, did somebody just come in? Oh, somebody's coming in that just says iPhones. I don't know who that is. We'll see who that is. Let's see. Hello. Yeah, I know. We don't know. So, hello, our friend who just joined, whose name is iPhones. If you want to say hello, welcome. We can't tell who you are.
You can always eject them.
I can. I know. Are you a person from our group? Hello? I haven't ever had anybody join that wasn't supposed to join, so I don't really know what the protocol is there.
You're supposed to eject them if they start being rude.
Yes, I know. Well, we'll see what happens.
Is that my Patsy? Is that Patsy I heard?
Patsy? I don't think so. No, that was, no.
It's just somebody has a familiar voice.
That was Jessica.
Okay. Hi, Jessica.
Cynthia, I'm doing ears where they're poked in.
You're doing the poked in ears? Okay.
So I just made a hole, similar spot, poked it in.
Yep.
After folding the ears in half and sewing them, and then sew around them. Is that what you did? So the ears that are poked in,
I had done
the folding,
something like this, where I pinched it and folded it, and did a few stitches here, and then this guy got stuck into the head, and then you stitch around it, kind of like you stitch the tail or the head on. But it was pointed out to me that I did say we were going to do faces before ears, because and so that was my just kind of like distraction. So why don't we all do faces before ears, because that'll be then you won't get anything caught. The ears won't get caught in your stitching, and it'll be better. So I'm gonna take this ear off. I'm just gonna go for it. We'll do that one again.
I have two bunnies going, so I can make one for the face and the other one's going.
Oh, good. All right, you're ready. All right. So not quite sure.
You might want to do the eyes first to kind of figure out where the nose goes.
Oh yeah, we can do that. Yep. Both work.
I don't think I have. The eyes look quite big.
So I'm using, I used 6mm for the rabbit. You know, rabbits have pretty big eyes in comparison with their heads.
Yep.
So I used something that was a little bit more bulbous. This one, actually, I was experimenting with a different kind of eye. So that one I think is a hair bigger. Let's just look at them next to each other. These are, yeah, so these are the two. So this is, yeah, I think maybe this is like 6mm versus 7mm. They're pretty close, but this is a glass one that has a loop on the back. But these I find I like them a lot, but they're really hard to sew in because the loop is so far back that it's difficult to go through multiple times.
Yep.
So I don't use these very often. I like the glass eyes a lot. I've been wanting to find some glass ones that have loops that actually have the eye, you know, the pupil in them, like antique teddy bear ones. And but all of them,
some of those. Online.
Yeah, most of them have the I think I might have a couple. I found one source and I lost track of where they came from. I found one that had these little rings on the back that were smaller than that one I just showed with that long loop. But I could only get them, I think, in like a topaz-y color, which was fine, but I haven't used them yet. I haven't decided where they're supposed to go. And I have some tiny little ones that I thought would be good for birds. But
they have really beautiful eyes that look just like eyes, and they're made in Germany.
Yes, those are gorgeous,
amazing, absolutely amazing.
But you definitely, like, you know, when you're using the ones that look really realistic, if you don't use them in the right application, they can look a little scary. You know what I mean? Like, anyway. Okay, so let's see. So if somebody, okay, so we got, I don't see everybody being back yet. Let me see. I see a few empty screens, so we'll wait a few more minutes. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I buy my eyes from Glass Eyes online.
Oh, well, that's an easy one to remember. Glass Eyes online.
And I have a set of white with little black dots that are 5mm.
Really?
Blue. So they have a lot of eyes with all different colorations.
Oh, that's great.
Very sad.
Oh, good.
Glasseyes.com.
Glass Eyes online. Yeah. If you look for glasseyesonline.com.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Pam. That's great. I'll add that to our list.
There's a place called Bears and Bedtime.
Okay, Bears and Bedtime.
Now it's in Alberta.
Really?
That's where I usually get my eyes. And they used to come to sewing shows in Victoria all the time, but they don't do that anymore.
Okay.
But you can just mail order them.
Okay,
and
we're talking
quite a
this
selection the last
thesaurus
time I
for
looked.
eyes.
Okay, so yeah, so we've got two different recommendations. One, glass eyes online from Pam, and Michelle said bears and bedtime.
Okay.
And Michelle, where did you say the bears and bedtime was?
It's in Alberta.
Located?
In Edmonton.
Alberta.
I can't think of the name.
Okay, great.
Just outside Alberta. Just outside
Okay.
Edmonton. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. All right, we will look into that.
Cynthia, don't wait for me to reappear to go ahead. I'm just going to go get some lunch started.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. I know. I know. Karen said to me this morning, she's like, so you started at 11:30 and there's no lunch break and there's no, I was like, it's like, maybe I should rethink what this timing. Okay. Maybe I should start it. We should start at 1 because then everybody would have time for lunch. 12:30 could be 12:30. 12:30. Okay. All right. Done. So we're no longer starting at. Okay, we're going to start at 12:30 from now on.
Yeah,
if we do Saturdays.
But that's a lovely.
Right. That's Eastern.
That's a lovely 9:30 on the West Coast.
Oh. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. 12.
Which is lovely.
Cynthia, for bears in bedtime, I don't know if you can see this or not.
I sort of.
Can you see that? Okay. Well, let me give you the phone number.
Oh, great.
It's a 1-800 phone number. So it's 1-800 461 2327. So that's 1-800 461 2327. And it's called Bears in Bedtime. And the URL is bears, BearsBedtime.com.
Okay.
And they ship all over.
Awesome.
So
awesome. That's
they
great.
ship to the States.
Good. Good, good, good. Oh, good. Well, we're going to definitely add those to the list of goodies for people. All right. So I think everybody's back. I still see a couple of blank screens. I'm going to just, I don't know how to, yeah. All right, well, we'll come back. I've got, do I have another one I can do? Okay, here's one. Let's use this. I'm going to use this one for the eyes because then I'll have a second one for the eyes. This one I have the face already done, but not the whiskers. He had eyes, but I took them out because I didn't like what I had done. So let's look at rough measurements of where the eyes go. So I'm going to do, let me get my tape measure. And so the eyes are always a funny thing, and they're hard to mark properly on the patterns because, you know, depending on how you stuff the head, it kind of affects what the eyes look like. But I take apart multiple heads usually to try to get the eye placement just right when I do the patterns. But for this, we're just going to measure. So I've got a tape measure here. And so from the center of the eye point to the center of the eye point, when you go kind of across the bridge of the nose, I'm at about 1.25 inches. So let's just look at what that looks like through the head. So from, oops, wrong end. So from the end of the nose, or from the center point of the eye to the end of what would be the nose. So that's kind of like the transition point where the nose goes from being on top to kind of going in front, is about 3/4 inch. So from about here to here is about 3/4 inch. And then let me do one more thing to help locate this. So I'm gonna do this with a pink thread. So it just kind of shows the triangle from nose.
He's the full size one, right?
Yes, nobody in the, we didn't do any smaller ones. So we did some rabbits in 3 sizes in my Monday group, and my mom's part of that. So she's working on some 65 and 75% size rabbits right now, I think. Right. All right, so here's.
Okay, go ahead.
What?
How far down from the center seam are the eyes?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm just going to do this little triangle here, and then you can see, you'll be able to see it a lot better, and then we can kind of measure. All right, and then I'm going to put one where the center seam is too, just so that we can make that really clear. Oops, see what I mean about those ears? Really get in the way. Okay, and then here's that sort of center seam. All right. Oops. Get back there. All right. Okay, so now we've kind of got like this little marking of what we're doing. So if you guys wanted to with a where, you know, it's like when you go directly across the bridge, the thread kind of naturally wants to fall there. So that meant, okay, so we go from here to here, we're at like 3/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit more, a hair more than 3/4 of an inch from the nose to the eye, and then to the center seam, we're at it's 5/8. Looks like about 5/8, maybe a hair more. Yeah, and then this distance from where this thread is coming across the bridge of the nose, I'm going to go from the 1 here. So that is 3/4 to the end of the nose.
Roughly right.
Yeah, I mean, this is all kind of rough. And the other thing is too, that like, you know, if you want to just, if you have some pins, I'll often just take take a few pins and just kind of put them, even though they're not quite the right size. No, that's, you know, you can put them in place and sort of see what, you know, if that looks right. And if you have any of these crazy big ones that I use, obviously they're going to poke through to the other side, but they give you a little bit better idea.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, I like
right.
That.
You know, I mean, watch out for the other end, but you can put a couple of those in and really, you know, really kind of see what they're going to look like on the head. I love these things. These are those funny toilet pins that I've mentioned in the other thing that makes everybody laugh. It's the toilet pin. It's not a toilet pin.
It's from the days when everybody pinned everything together with pins.
Exactly, right.
That's why ladies had those things on their dressers, pin cushions.
Exactly, right. For your pinafore.
Yes, exactly. Which I have one. Yeah.
The thought of like, how uncomfortable did they make women? You know what I mean? It's like they corsets and they had like
uncomfortable. I wear a pinafore when I go to Williamsburg.
Do you?
Yeah.
And it doesn't. You don't. Do you wear it with real pins?
Yeah. I have big hat pins like right here. I use them all the time. I have a hat.
Really?
Yeah, and I pin my pinafore to my blouse. I mean, I made a whole outfit, and they don't.
Oh my gosh.
They're easy.
Yeah.
It's a very graceful apron. I made it from an authentic pattern, and I use it at home.
Oh, wow.
They look lovely.
Really?
That's awesome.
That's so nice. I just thought you'd get poked with the pins.
You don't. Not only do you not get poked, I mean, they're not, you know, you exercise a little care, but you can hug people and they don't get poked either. So
really?
In the old days,
right? The old days of hugging and pinafores.
Right. Well, next weekend you need to show us what that looks like. We want to see that.
Could you just repeat those measurements again?
I certainly can. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, you bet. All right. So from the center point of where you're going to put the eye down to the nose here, we are. I've got it at 7/8, probably. Yeah, 7/8. Okay, so we're going to call this one 7/8, and then from the eye to the center seam is 3/4. And if you want to go all the way from eye to eye, you're at 1. It looks like it's 3/4 plus 3/4, so it's probably 1.5, right? Let's see, is that 3? Yeah, it's gonna be about 1.5.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And over the bridge. Okay.
But honestly, like I would put whatever you've got for pins in there, and play around with placement until you feel happy with it. One thing that I would say in general is that if you don't put the eyes far enough down from that center seam, like say you kind of put them a little too high up here, that's really going to make him look weird and cross-eyed. You know what I mean? Like a slightly too high up is worse than a little far down.
Okay.
Because they tend to look really confused and cross-eyed when they're too close together.
Kind of like me when I sew.
Right. Unless you're going for that look, like, you know, maybe you want a confused and cross-eyed bunny. I don't know. But okay. All right. And then so adding the eyes in. I think most of you guys have seen this, but there's probably some who haven't. So we'll do it. So I knot my thread. I use 2 strands, and then first I go without adding any eyes on at all. I go from one side to the next, and then I go back to that first. Then I go back again here. Oh, and speaking of which, you need to make this hole. This is one rabbit that I took eyes out of, so he already had holes. You need to make sure you make a hole that's about the diameter of your skewer. You can do it with a sharp end of your scissors. You can do it with a skewer. You can do it with an awl, whatever. But you have to make this big enough to accept the back side of the back shaft of the eye, so that it goes in and the eyeball doesn't hang off the surface. Okay, and it really doesn't matter what color thread you use. I'm not using gray thread or black thread, because it's all going to be hidden inside the head. All right, so then you put your first eye on, and you go back through, and I'm going to leave it a little loose right now because I want to go through a couple of times here to make sure that the eyes are on well. So then we add the other eye. I'm going to go back through, and I'm going to scoot this out of my way so that I can get in there, and then I'm going to go through the back of that eye again. So I'll do this 3 times. Go through the eyes 3 times. Oops, I just lost the thread on the end of my needle. Whoops. Okay. All right. All right, so then we'll go through this eye shaft again, and one more time through both.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Excuse me. It's been my all week sneezing.
Oh no.
Everybody in the office is the same way. All day yesterday we were all sneezing. I'm like, this is not a good thing.
No, that's not. It's illegal right now, isn't it?
It should be.
We're not allowed to sneeze anymore. Okay, so I've gone through 3 times, and these guys are still a little loose, but I'm going to pull it in. So on some of the animals, I really like when the eyes like indent in a lot, but rabbits don't really have that. They don't really kind of go in too much. They're kind of bulby and they kind of come out a bit. So don't go crazy with the pulling in of the eyes on the rabbits. Okay. Okay. All right. So, all right, then I'm going to hide that knot behind the eye and trim off. Okay. So I'm just going to leave his funny face markings on here because maybe we need to look at that again at some point. Okay, so now next up, when we're ready, we'll start to draw a face in, and we'll do it on this guy. Does everybody have like a little? So this can be done either with thread, if you want to, or it can be done with pen, which is pretty much what I did on this guy. So maybe I'm going to try it. All the other ones I've marked, I think in, oh no, this one I didn't sepia. I didn't like the way he came out as well as these other guys though. So I think I'm still going to stick to sepia on this lighter color, but let's see if I can do a better job. Let's see. Okay, so I've got, here's the sepia. Okay.
Looks like a rabbit now.
He does. I know. He's really coming together.
Well, mine has ears too.
Yours has ears too, yeah.
Ears make all the difference.
Okay. So let's see. I'm going to put a pin. Just look at that. I think that's a pretty good spot. So, so this is kind of like, how's everybody doing on, are we ready to do nose and face?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Stopping.
Yeah.
Not gonna do it. All right.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I can't, I pulled them too tight, I guess. I can't figure out where the hole is underneath in the head.
Oh, you're trying to do do another round of the stitching. That's okay. Take your with your fingernails. Do you have any? I don't have much in the way of fingernails, but enough. But if you take them kind of like this, Ellen, and
pull them down.
And pull them down. You can probably pull them apart a little bit, and then get in there again and tighten them up at the end. No, not yet. Okay.
So they should just be sitting against it, but not. Could you could we see your eyes again? Just let me see how much you've got. Okay. So they indent just slightly.
Yeah, slightly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got it.
But not like some of them I really draw them in.
Yeah.
Like, like this much would feel like really weird.
Yeah. Okay.
so what do we need here? Let's get. Oh my goodness.
Okay, what pens did you use for the gray one?
So for the gray one, I used a black micron that was 005.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the sepia on this one because I think that's maybe a better color for this fabric, but but everything else would be the same. And I did get some of you were mentioning that I mentioned the heck is this stuff called? It doesn't even say on it. The
oh, I have
what is that thread? You know, the stuff that Silamide. So this is how it comes.
Yeah. Okay.
New
so
Bedford.
yeah. So then you can just, I'm not sure if you, I guess you don't pull them out this way. I think you pull them out through the end. Yeah, it must be through. Okay, this is the first time I've had a package like this. So I'm just learning how to open it, apparently. Let's see. So you open the...
Because mine it says it's wax bead thread, but it's a size A.
Oh, interesting. So it comes sort of like in this package and everything's pre-cut and bundled like this. And then you can just pull... oh, so this is interesting because my friends really just pulled out. Maybe you have to take off these things. Is it somehow around?
What size is that, Cynthia?
This says that it's size A, which is what I had used from her, my friend who I got the samples from. But now I'm really confused as to how to get it out because hers you just pulled straight and you got this and it came out really easily. So
I have a spool of it.
You have a spool of it, yeah. What I liked about, well, I mean, once I figure out this package, what I liked about this package, getting it from my friend, is that it all stays straight and you don't have, when something's on a spool, you have that, it has the kind of that spiral built into it. And so this was kind of interesting because it, you're supposed to be able to just pull the threads out, but I think I'm doing something wrong. So I mean, so I don't know how to get into it, but I have some samples, that she gave me. Let me get them off the wall. Sorry, getting a good look at my hair. Okay, so she gave me these little samples. And so this stuff is neat. And you can just wax your embroidery thread. You do not need to use this, but since I just discovered it, I thought I would. So it's nice and fine, but it's also, it's stiff enough that it won't flop, so I like that about it. So that's what I was thinking of. That's what I want to show you guys for the whiskers. So we'll try both, waxing the thread and using that.
What color would you use? I've got a brown rabbit.
A brown rabbit.
Or
yeah.
He's tan.
Can show him again, Karen? That was you, right?
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait. Okay, that was tan. Oh yeah. So is he the camel color? Kind of like the color.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Super. I would maybe go with that sort of dark brown that I sometimes.
It's just.
Yeah. One of my favorite colors for whiskers is, hold on, let me get the spool and I'll tell you the number. And I don't know why, but this seems like it works on almost any of the animals or any of the darker colors. So this is color number 3021, and it's kind of like this brown, this gray brown. That it looks a little darker on screen than it actually is, and it.
DMC.
I just have to go
down. Yeah. So that one's one of my favorite whisker colors.
You have gray, pink, and brown.
Yeah. Well, you've got lots of options there because pink would be cute too for a nose. Okay. Let's see. So I'm just where I have this little pin is sort of like the transition where the head is coming down and coming to the front, right? If I was down any further, it would really be on this face, and if I was up any further, it would really be on that face. So I'm trying to find that kind of transition point there, and that's going to be the bottom of the V of my nose. So I'm just going to put a tiny little mark there. And then, so the nose, I'm going to go up here, and don't mark anything yet because I'm going to measure this. And up here, so I'm going a little wide because I want to pinch the nose in with stitching afterwards. And then I'm going to come down a little bit, and then I'm going to give him his little smile. And then we'll just measure all of this after, because I never really, I usually just kind of draw it by eye and then measure it okay. So let's take a little look at this, and again, I don't want anyone to make marks until I've stitched the nose, because I'm going to pinch the nose in a little bit, because that's sort of what rabbits' noses do. But let's take a look at the measurements on this first. Tape measure, hold on, it's on the floor. Okay. All right. So the distance that I have, the width of the nose is 3/8 of an inch right now. So let me do my stitching here across, back and forth, and make sure that that turns into what I want. 3/8. So, you know how they have, so can you see on, I don't know if you can see how there's like a little, it's hard to tell because there's so much paint and other things going on there, but the nose
makes a little
you can kind of
almost.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to start somewhere else because I want to pop my knot through. All right. And then I'm going to stitch back and forth just from corner to corner here and pull in.
Oh, I see.
Let go. So this,
in here.
What's that?
What thread? You're just using one strand of DMC?
I'm just using one strand of DMC. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So then I'm going to do, so then I came out at the center, and I'm going to go back to this point and pull that in a little bit. And then come back here and pull that in a little bit. All right. And then we're going to kind of cover over those stitches with a little more pen. Okay. And then I'll knot off. And that just gives the nose a tiny bit of shape. Definition, yeah.
So does it matter? You would just use any color of DMC or something to match the
I would use something that I would use something that maybe matches the fabric, and then you can mark over it a little bit with your pen afterwards. Okay. All right. So there's that. Okay, and then
oh, it's so sweet.
Yeah. And then you can go in with your with whatever makeup you have and give his nose a little something. So sometimes I kind of go a little pink, sometimes I go a little brown. In this, I use in this one, I use this kind of dark brown matte in the corner. I use this one a lot, and I use this one a lot, but I don't use any of the ones with shimmer. And then this has got more of a selection. That was why I just got this to, oops, I don't know why there's felt in there, to try this out. So I'll try these today. So,
pastels?
Excuse me?
Have you ever used pastels?
You know what? I have heard of people, I was looking at the pan pastels. Mm-hmm. Do you know about those ones? They're like a little round screw off top. And I was thinking about getting some of those, but they're definitely like a lot more expensive, you know? And so so as far as the makeup goes, I feel like for a lot of people doing this stuff, a lot of people might have some makeup at home, you know, so I like to recommend things that are easily accessible. The pan pastels, I think are like $5 or $6 a color.
I have some stick ones that I could use.
Oh yeah, you know what? Probably you might want to, depending on how soft they are. I've had pastels in the past. Some were really soft and some were like harder. And you might want to take it and kind of pre-grind a little bit off the end if they're not nice and soft.
Sure. Otherwise, I'll set my girls up for makeup.
There you go. Exactly. I don't wear any of this stuff. You know, the only reason I have it is for this, and I don't have any kids, so I had to go buy some. All right. Okay, so I am going to do the nose, and so I would do like a little bit of a brown color, and then maybe a little bit of pink. So I'm just going to put a little brown on there, and then maybe go to this one, see what that looks like.
This is after you've done the with the marker, though.
Yep. Yeah, do the marker first, because that helps you get the edges for where you want your nose to go, where you want the nose coloring to go. Okay. So yeah. So,
makeup. I need to buy some of this Maybelline stuff, I guess.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's the cheapest way. Get, you know, one of these things. This one's great. I just got this one online. It's called, and I think, I mean, it was a little more expensive than that other one, but it has only matte colors. And so I can use all of them. And that other one there's really only 3 colors that I can use out of it because of the shimmery ones.
What else? But this. Are there some pink colors in it too?
This one, oh yeah, this has got a great group. So it's got some, it's got some really nice pale pinks and flesh colors. It's got like this really deep smoky black, a true brown. These are really nice gray, and then all these nice, many nice nose colors.
Maybelline Mighty. No, what was the name of it? Mighty.
This one's just called Mighty Mattes, and it's natural.
Okay.
Is it Maybelline? Sorry.
Did you say it
was?
No,
it's not Maybelline.
No. Okay.
This was the Maybelline one that I've been using for the last couple of years. And this one you can get at any drugstore. Like if you you know, if you just want to run out and grab something. They also sell all these colors as individuals. And so you can buy just like the pink, just a pink or just a charcoal or whatever. And I've done that too. But this one is a new one that I found that was just all matte colors. And so I thought, so I liked this because it had, in addition to only being matte, it had a white, which I was interested in trying as an alternative to the acrylic. So just to see how, just to see how it would work.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I did like a little bit of brown and a little bit of pink on the nose. And then, on all of these other ones, I used acrylic for the white. So I'm going to show you how to do that because probably everybody's got a little white acrylic. And then we'll also see what happens with this white too. So the white acrylic, I just kind of went at it with the tip of my finger. And so I just got a tiny, a little bit on there. You don't want tons. And then I just sort of dabbed it and softly kind of mixed it around a little bit on the surface.
Cynthia, what I'm using on mine is a white chalkboard pen.
What's that?
Yeah, you know how in the restaurants you see the chalkboard, the white chalkboard pen?
Yes.
And that's, if you can see on his face, it works really well. It's just like you said, I'm just dabbing it and then I'm blending it with my finger.
White chalkboard.
Because that's what I have. I didn't have a white acrylic.
Yeah.
And I got them somewhere. I don't know.
Board pen. Okay, I've got to learn about those. I've seen that at restaurants and always wondered what they used.
Yeah.
Cool. So that must wash off, right? Because they use it on. I mean, so we could set it with hairspray. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So
So you had said you were gonna do some measuring, and
measuring. Oh yeah. So yeah, let's do more measuring.
So
I got sidetracked.
I haven't done his nose because I haven't measured yet.
Oh, for God's sakes, what is wrong with me? All right, let's do it. Let's measure. Okay, so I measured. So I measured across the nose because that was the most critical thing. And we were at 3/8 before I did the pinching in. So that was important. And then from the end of the nose, like the vertical part on his face, why don't you go down about 3/16? And then from there, you can figure out how much of a smile you want him to have.
Big smile.
My little smile goes out from the center line about 1/4 inch, and it's a slight curve.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you start at the point that is neither on the down part or the up part.
Exactly. Yeah. You just try to find that spot on his nose where it's transitioning. Here, we can look on this guy. So this is sort of like.
Should probably think about
this. You can't tell quite as well because he's already had all his stitching. So it looks like that point is a little lower than it should be, but yeah. So here, I'll just get all the faces up here so that you can sort of see them all together. And each one might be slightly, slightly different, and that's okay. So here's a bunch of rabbits to look at while you're.
So from the top of the nose to the bottom of the nose, to the point of the nose, is about 3/16. Did you say?
So from this point here to this point here, is that what the one you're asking about?
No.
Yes.
No. From the nose, from the bottom of the nose to the top of the nose, just that little arc. It's just maybe about 1/8 of an inch.
The bottom of the nose to the top of the nose. So this point to where this entry is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's about 1/4 of an inch. Yeah.
1/4 of an inch tall. Okay.
Oh, maybe not even.
No. Okay.
Maybe it's like 3/8.
Okay.
It was, and then across, I made it wider than than you might expect this way, because I wanted to draw it in a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Cynthia, I have a white bunny that I'm working on. I don't think the white's going to show up on the little
You are
bunny.
right. So let's see. So for you, let's see. Let me see if I got a little white here, and let's test something out. Do you have any of the matte eye makeup?
No, I got to find that.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's just
watercolor pencils.
Oh, those might work. I've got a box of those.
I think a pink would be really cute on the white, because you know how white bunnies have really pink noses.
Yeah, let's see. So this is this is this. I think that would be cute. I mean, just this pale little kind of like a light rosy color. You know, something sort of subtle, and then you could do his nose a little bit brown.
Right.
With a little pink above it, you know, like, so this guy's got a little brown below and sort of a tiny bit of pink above. I don't know if you can, it's not quite, here, let me.
I know. It's
sometimes you have to
see on the white.
I know. Yeah, he needs stage makeup. I need to overdo it a little for this. Okay. And then, okay, so is everybody set on measurements? Are we ready to go forward on this, or should I hold off for a sec?
So we do the drawing on of the nose before we do the sewing to pinch it in?
Yes, I definitely drew it on first, just so that I was sure where I had it. But you know, if you feel more confident doing the stitching first, you can try that and get the nose. You know, either way is fine, really. Okay.
I just put some watercolor pencil on mine.
Oh, good. And how's that working? That looks good.
It's working great. This is Prismalo from Karen Dash.
Okay.
And I also have Derwent, and it's going right on. I'm just dipping it in my water.
Oh, what a great idea.
Yeah.
What a great idea. Okay. Watercolor.
Very cool.
Okay.
Very cool suggestion.
Watercolor pencil. Yeah. Watercolor pencils.
I didn't even know they had watercolor pencils.
I didn't either. Yeah, they're really neat. I have a big set of them. I'm wondering if I should crawl back behind my tables to get to, get to them and try it out.
I've got a lot of pastel, like Crayola pastels in like the little chalk sticks.
Yeah, try it.
Okay.
You should try it. Yeah. Here, I'm going to go get my watercolors too, my watercolor pastels or pencils too, because I want to give that a whirl as well.
I think you probably want to hairspray it afterwards to make sure it stays.
Yes, they're really are watercolor, and they will, the pigment may not be as stable.
Right.
Trying to make the most of my tiny little room here. Sometimes things are a little strange to get to. Crawl under tables. All right, so yeah, so I have this little brand. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, I've got Derwent too. They're from England.
Yeah. And then yeah, so what have we got in here? Do I have any? I don't have a white. Oh, that's interesting. But I do have a pale pink. Check that out. Now I need water. Where have I got water?
I think Derwents are one of the best.
Oh, are they? Oh, good.
Pencils. Yeah.
Fancy. I had no idea. Let's see about this. I got a spray bottle. Put some water into something.
Yeah, spray it and then apply the pencil and it'll soak in.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about doing that, but I was just going to put it in a little thing now that I've already got it poured.
I usually just stick it in my mouth.
That's what I was thinking. Don't do that. You'll poison yourself.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not a good idea.
I know. But I know. It's just
weird. All right. Funny. So let's see. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is good. Yep. I like it. This is great. Okay, well, we're adding that to the list.
So those are Derwent watercolor pencils.
Yes, watercolor pencils, correct. I mean, these are really fun to do, you know, use for watercolors.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
I use for botanical illustration. It's wonderful because you can use pencil to get it all on there, and then you add a little water and it just turns into this delightful wash.
Gorgeous. Yeah. You guys know, Mom, did we?
What?
I don't know if any of you guys paint watercolors or are looking for a painting group, but my mom has joined this really cool group called the New York Urban Sketchers, and it's like people who are drawing and painting, and they meet up, and people are painting all over the world with this group now, and it's so nice. And they put you into little groups, and you can chat together and paint. Is that right, Mom, or am I making stuff up?
You're right. You're absolutely right. There's over 2,000 members now from countries all over the world. I was painting in Lebanon a couple of weeks ago and meeting.
Oh my God!
In a meetup group with people from Lebanon. It's just so much fun. I did a portrait group last week. I didn't do anything today because I taken a week off, and they have groups all during the week as well, or they have themes, and then people post their work. It's really inspirational. I paint with real people otherwise, and in the summertime outside with groups, but I've been kind of stuck not having that available. So this has been just wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, if anybody's interested, you can look on their Facebook page, right, Mom?
Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
Yeah, it's an invitational thing. You write to the fellow who is in charge of it, tell him your interest, and then he puts you into the group. So
Susan, you were asking what it was called again, right? New York Urban Sketchers.
Urban Sketchers, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, another fun group if you're interested. Okay, so now we have options, right? So we've got watercolor pencils, we've got acrylic as potential, and we've got eyeshadow for different ways of doing coloration. I think probably the eyeshadow and the watercolor pencils are somewhat self-explanatory. The acrylic, you have to be a bit more careful using, and so I just do like I said, this tiny little bit. I'm going to wipe a little bit off there on my finger, and then I softly sort of press into the surface. And then brush it around a little bit, scratch it with my finger, and until I get sort of a soft look. You can also kind of go in with your pin too if you're trying to move something around. Anyway, and so then you get, and then you can get your little bits of white on the face with whichever medium you've got handy. Then the other thing on the mouth, underneath the mouth, I kind of did a little bit of this to give him. I just dotted it with the pen, kind of little dabs to darken a little bit the under part on the mouth. And so you can see on this one, there's that little shadow right under the mouth. You can see it on this one too, I think. Anyway, yeah. So you just kind of soften it, just so that there's like a little shadow under there. Okay.
You're gonna do the sewing of the nose.
Oh, well, yeah. So we did the sewing of the nose, but I can do it again. Yeah.
Yeah. I need to do that again.
Do that again? Sure.
Because you said don't sew it yet because we're going to.
Right. Well, I didn't sew it yet because I measured first and then stitched. So basically from the sides of the nose, you're just going to go back and forth and draw that in a little bit. And then after I drew that in, I came down to here. I went from like one of the upper corners down to the center, and then I came back here again so that I had a thread that connected the center to this point. And then I did the same thing. I came back through and I went up this way, so that I had a thread that connected this way. So in the end, I have one thread that's invisible, that's inside, that's drawing these two corners in. And then I have one that's visible that goes this way and one that's visible that goes that way.
Oh, so cute.
Let me, I'm going to go through and just put it in there with red so that you can see it, just to make sure. And then I use the body color thread. So I went back over and kind of dabbed at it with the brown pen to make it, kind of blend in. All right. So I'll just do this so I can pull it out again, but just so that it's clear where it's. Okay. So I'm not going to do a knot. So I went back and forth that way. I'm just going to hold on to this one. And then I went back and forth so I could pull in. And then I came down to here and out here. And then I went back here and out here.
Then you went over that again, and then you went over that after you finished. You went over it with marker.
Yes, right, yeah. So I did it in the color that matched the body fabric, and then I just dabbed at it with the with the pen afterwards to make it disappear. Okay. If you had a thread that was that was very close to the pen color, you could use that. You could use that too. And then if you wanted to do the belly in either the watercolor, the acrylic, or the eye makeup, you could probably do that too. I was experimenting. This is some of the white eyeshadow blended into the gray. But I think I might, and that's been finished with the hairspray. But I think I might do it, since this guy's kind of a different color, and maybe I'll do a pink makeup belly on him just to see what happens.
Okay, so did you do a stitch in between the nose and the mouth also, or not?
Nope, just a pen mark.
Okay.
Oh. I just did.
That's okay. You can do it's not going to hurt anything. You can't see what I'm doing here. Let's see what the pink belly looks like.
And the mouth is not stitched either. It's just drawn.
Nope, just drawn.
Okay.
A lot of my other animals do have a stitched mouth, and so you can certainly kind of follow the like what you would do on Felix or something like that. But you can also just do it with the pen.
This is so stressful. I'm so experienced with embroidery and not with painting. So,
so do it all with do all of that with thread then. You don't have to if it's stressful.
I'm determined to do this. I don't mean that it's stressful. It's just I'm out of my comfort. That's all. But I'm doing it.
That's all right. That's all right. Yep. We all need to broaden our comfort zones.
Exactly. That's right. What I'm doing today. I decided to do it.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure I like this pink belly that I just did. So if that makes you feel any better,
yeah.
I'm a little out of my comfort zone too, but I'm just going with it.
I was going to say the same.
But what? That you don't like the pink belly?
No.
Yeah. Well, it was
worth a try.
It's always worth a try. It's not like.
Looks like his
anyway.
Insides
came out really good though.
I know, it does look like he's got a rash. I know. that looks really irritating. Exactly. All right. Well, the good news is about the makeup is you can kind of flick it off. So I'm just gonna beat him up a little bit and change it. See, look at that. You can barely see it anymore. Yeah, well, so almost gone enough. I'm going to add white now and pretend that didn't happen.
Well, I'm happy with my pink nose on the bunny.
Yes, the pink nose worked out very well. I got a little bold.
And I put his little ear liners are pink too. I
thought
sweet. So.
Yeah.
Cynthia, when we're doing the pucker for the nose, do we use 2 strands? Is it easier to use 2 strands?
I think it's better to use 1 because it doesn't show up as much. You kind of you kind of want the shape, but not the thread to show.
Okay. Merci.
Oh, you got it. All right. Lynn jumped out for a minute. She's back. Hello, welcome back. All right. Okay. Okay, well, add a little hairspray there. And
now you could use the acrylic for the belly too.
Yeah, yes. This one I used acrylic.
Okay.
And that worked fine. But I definitely I just used my finger and I only put a kind of a tiny amount and brushed it in with the tip of my finger so that it wasn't really thick.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this has got the hairspray on it, so it's pretty. The white will, I think, come back after the hairspray dries, but it's kind of subtle right now. All right. So when everybody's feeling ready, we can move on to the eyes.
We did the eyes.
We did the eyes. This one doesn't have the eyes. We did the eyes. Everybody's got the eyes done. What am I talking about?
Do the ring around the eyes?
Yeah, we didn't do that.
Yes, we didn't do the ring around the eyes. Let's do that. So that is again with the 005. I like for around the eyes. If you don't have that, anything kind of coming up to an 02 will work. Yeah, and so you're just going to scoot in at an angle. You want to be pretty gentle with the tips of these fine ones, and just make little markings until you get a circle around the eye. And then you can kind of figure out the tilt of the eye with that little marking that kind of goes out. I've still got my pink thread on here, so it's maybe. So you just do a little marking out to give the eye a little kind of an angle in that direction. Yeah. Okay. And so here on the eye, this one, I also did a tiny bit of white, just kind of right under the eye here and then right above the eye. If you want to do that, but it's not necessary.
And what did you do that white with around the eye?
I did that with acrylic again, but I think you could do it. It sounds like the watercolor pencils would work great, or I think the white makeup would do the job as well, or the pan pastels, or regular pastels. Anything white and powdery, except maybe flour. Would do the job. What was that?
Powdered sugar?
Powdered sugar? No. All right. I should have broadened that. Nothing from the pantry. White and powdery things from the art supply store, or yeah. All right. Okay, so we've done eyes, we've done the makeup, we've done the face, basically. Maybe we should do whiskers before we do ears, because those are something that gets caught too. So in, I had done this sample, I had done a few little markings on here to just kind of give me an idea, give everybody an idea last time I was teaching this, where the whiskers might go. So I have kind of like 5 little spots on either side that I had drawn. So I'll just draw those on. I don't know if you need to do this, but I think it's easier before the whiskers are going on to guess where you want the things to go. So I'm just going to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's not really on camera. 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can kind of figure out what you can squeeze in there. Because they're kind of going between, you know, between the nose and the mouth there. All right. Oh, I put 6 on that side. Now I need 6 on this side. There we go. Okay, so that'll kind of give me an idea of where my needle and thread are going to come in and out for doing the whiskers. So this is kind of a fun technique for, maybe I should do the whiskers in black on this one so that it's easier to see, even though that's a little weird. Let me get a piece of this stuff. So so if you're using, if you want to try using silamide because you have it, that's great. If you don't have it and you have a little beeswax candle, sorry, what was that? No, nothing. Okay. Let me find my beeswax. Here's a candle. Here's a little tea light. So if you're using regular thread, you're just going to take the thread and kind of, I'm just going to do it with this red because it's easier to see. So you'll just take the candle and you'll run it through, run the thread through it. So kind of pulling it like that and run it through a few times. And then you can kind of squeegee it off with your fingernails or fingers. To get any excess stuff off. You can also iron it to sort of impregnate all that wax in there between 2 pieces of paper if you want to. And actually in the waxing of the, if you're ever having trouble threading a needle, waxing just the end of the thread makes it really easy to thread small needles. So I'm going to give this guy red whiskers for this first one to show you the process. So what we're going to do is, is this, we're doing whiskers. Everybody's set for me to do whiskers?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Okay, good. All right. So I'm going to go through, I'm not going to knot the thread. I'm going to go through and I'm going to leave a tail on one side. So I've gone from one of my dots to the other dot. And then I'm going to come back through. This one, it doesn't matter where I come out because I'm going to try to go back through that exact hole where I came out. So I'm going to go back like that. So this is sort of like, you know how we lock the knot for the eye when we first do the stitching, we go through with a knot and then come back. It's kind of like that. So I'm going to find the exact hole for this one so I don't get a pucker here. And I'm going to come out my original spot right here for my thread where I came through the first time. So now what's happening is this thread is going zig, zag, zig. It's making a Z. And so when I pull this side, the thread is locked, and when I pull this side, the thread is locked because I went back and forth and back again.
Okay.
And then we can do that for the rest of them too. And I just leave them long to start with. So I'm going to go from this one to this one this time. And then I'm going to leave a long tail. I'm going to go back through that spot and come out randomly away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm going to go back into exactly the same hole so this one disappears and come out here. And so now that one's totally locked in and none of this shows up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense. Okay, good.
Yeah. So it's just this zigzagging, and that makes it so that this is tight and this is tight and nobody's going to pull out, but we don't have to see any knots. And then once you've got all the whiskers, in, then you can kind of trim them to the length that you want. So, so I usually make them all a little bit different, you know, kind of give it a haircut so they, I don't know what the right look is. This guy's waxed, but he's been played with a lot now, so he kind of needs some re-waxing to stiffen them up again. And this one is with the silamide, and this sticks out. These kind of stay more sticky outy with the silamide than the wax, but the wax is a good alternative. What?
How do you spell that? The filamide, like filament?
No, with an S, silamide.
S-I-L.
S. It's not actually on this for some reason, which I don't know why. S-I-L, silamide. S-I-L-I-M-I-D-E, silamide. Hold on.
I think. Silamide. S-I-L-A.
Like filament.
No, not. So, Karen, not with an F as in Frank, with an S as in Sam.
Oh.
Silamide. Silamide. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
An F. An S rather than an F.
S. Correct. Yeah. An S is in Sam. Silamide.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. But so Karen, I got that in like 5 different colors. Okay. So don't go buy any yet, because I got it. I've got it here. If you need any for whatever animal.
For my whiskers, for my little white middle-sized bunny, should I use like a very light blushy pink for the whiskers?
Oh, that would be nice.
Or white whiskers, but you're not going to see the white. If I do white, you're not going to really see them. So I was thinking, if I did a blushy color or like a
I like to do something that stands out. Stands out a little bit. You know, I mean, it doesn't have to be crazy, but I think the blushy color would be cute.
Okay.
Yeah. Light gray too.
Oh yeah, that's
what's that?
It comes in a light gray.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Because you'd see
that would work.
Because he's got pink inside ears.
Oh, I think I know what I'm supposed to do. I think I'm supposed to cut this end. I think the whole thing is all wrapped around this card, and I cut this end, and then you can pull them out.
And then you pull them out the middle part? Because I want
no. All right, I'm just going to do this because I feel like I'm pretty sure this is what she did. Hold on, we're going to find out if they pull now.
Okay.
Now I've done it. No. All right. Well, I'm going to figure this out. I'm not. Oh wait, here maybe they're not pulling because of this. There's a lot of.
Well, what's that? There's an opening in the middle, and I wondered.
I know. Well, that I think it's just so you know what color it is.
Okay.
But I thought the same thing. Like maybe I'm supposed to pull from this thing, but
okay.
But hold on. It's all going to come clear in a minute, I think. Okay. Now if it doesn't pull, oh no, there it is. That's it. So now it's like now it's 1 yard.
Okay.
So this is all.
So you cut the end, you could pull the end through.
Exactly. Yeah. You just cut the.
Okay.
Yeah, you cut it there, and then you can pull out individual things. So you could pull it from the middle now too, I suppose.
Okay.
But yeah. That's the dealio. Problem solved. Okay.
I'm very pleased with my whiskers.
Oh, pleasing whiskers are the best kind.
I know, they came out really nice. I did the wax. The bees.
Oh, you did the wax. Oh, good. Good. That's great. Nice. Okay. All right. So We've done eyes. I've got so many in different progresses here. Last thing is ears and tail, right? Are we ready for ears and tail?
Yes.
Yes? Brilliant. Okay. Okay. Okay, so everybody's got their ears made. We just didn't, we were starting to attach them. Here's my stitched one, or my one with the folded pipe cleaners. Hold on, let me just get this a little better situated. Here we go. Okay. All right, so I was going to poke down my pipe cleaners a little further in this one, so I'm going to see if I can do that so that it's not, there's not so much volume sticking out. Let's see if we can get it down in there a little more. Okay, I think that'll do. Radio. All right, so I had showed you guys how to stitch this on. Should I go back and do that one more time, because I did a weird.
This is for the pivoting ears?
This is the pivoting ear.
Okay.
Does anybody want to see that one more time, or should we move on to the other one?
I'm doing the other one, so.
You're doing the other one? Anyone?
I'm doing the other one.
You're doing the other one too? Okay, nobody's doing the pivoting. All right, got it. All right, so.
Pivoting, but
what's
done?
Oh, but it's already done. Great. Good, good. All right, so let me do this one. And then.
How many strands of thread?
For the ear, I usually, just a single strand.
Okay.
All right. Right. Okay. So this one I did this way, where I just pinched it a little bit here and did a couple stitches. To hold it together. All right. So we have that. And then we need to make the hole for where the ear is going to go. So this one, let me just take my thread out from my previous ear. Okay. So I'm just gonna put a pin in here that shows you where the dart is, just in case it's hard to see on the camera. So that's where my dart is. And so I'm gonna make this hole. Let's look and see where we did it on this guy. Right, that's what I thought. Okay, so it's like, it's a little bit up from the bottom of the dart and in front.
Right.
So, yeah. Okay, sounds good. All right. And then I've got the folded end of my pipe cleaner. I'm going to shorten this a little bit. I think that's a little bit longer than I need it. Okay. And then we just kind of twist and turn it into that little hole. Okay. And then we're going to go around this just like we would around the a tail or a neck. So we're just going back and forth between the ear and the head. Okay. So doing that ladder stitch, yeah, around the ear.